Sometimes the stories that help us rest aren't the ones we expect. Tonight, I want to tell you something quiet, something hidden in the folds of a familiar universe. It's about Beth. Not just the daughter, not just the caretaker, but the dreamer who once wondered if the stars were listening to her heartbeat. This story isn't about chaos or battles. It's about silence between worlds, about longing, about what it means to belong when you've lived in more than one reality. And through it, I hope you feel not just entertained, but cared for. We truly love you, and we're glad you're here. Before we begin the story, tell us, where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it there? Now grab your coffee, settle into your chair or bed, and let's get started. The house she grew up in was not always loud, though it often carried the echo of voices, sharp as glass and quick to shatter. Yet when Beth was small, she remembered the softer times more clearly, the gentle creak of the front steps in the evening, the hum of a refrigerator that never quite worked properly, the quiet way dust drifted in the sunlight like tiny worlds dancing in the air. She was a child who noticed those things, the details that slip past others. While others would run through the hallway, she would sit in a corner and watch how the light changed from yellow to blue across the floor, as if the house itself had moods. It was not magic in the obvious sense, but to her it always felt a little enchanted. At night, when she should have been sleeping, she listened instead. She listened to the walls. Sometimes, in the stillness, she imagined she could hear faint tremors, like faraway footsteps pacing in another room that did not exist. Other nights, she thought she heard water dripping somewhere it shouldn't, a slow rhythm like a hidden clock. She knew it wasn't really there, and yet she felt comforted by it, as though some secret companion was speaking softly to her when the rest of the world had gone quiet. In those moments, she felt less alone, as though even silence had chosen her for company. There were days she felt out of place in her own family, though she could not explain why. She was loved, certainly, though the love was complicated, tangled, in expectations and misunderstandings. She carried it in her chest like a stone that was both heavy and protective, keeping her grounded but never light. Her father's brilliance, his restless mind, cast long shadows, and she grew up inside them. Yet Beth's way of seeing the world was different. Where he saw equations, she saw shapes of feeling. Where he solved problems, she wondered about meanings. She was not opposed to him, only separate, and that distance was one she learned to cradle gently rather than fight. When she was very young, she dreamed often of a meadow made of glass. It was always the same place, translucent and endless, where she walked barefoot but never felt pain. The grass was crystal clear, bending but never breaking under her feet. Sometimes the sky above was lavender, sometimes deep blue, but always it stretched so far that she felt her heart floating toward it. She never told anyone about this dream, not even when she grew older, because she sensed it was not just a dream. It was a place waiting for her, somewhere in the folds of things unseen. And though she woke each time with the ache of absence, she also woke with a curious strength, as if the dream had pressed a secret into her hands for safekeeping. Her childhood was stitched together with small moments of tenderness she never forgot. The way her brother's laugh filled a room like a bright ripple, even when no one else found it funny. The way her mother brushed her hair with quiet patience, pulling out tangles slowly so Beth wouldn't flinch. And though her father was often distracted, sometimes he surprised her by noticing small things. The way she tilted her head when she asked a question, or the way her voice wavered when she tried to sound certain. He didn't always know how to answer, but he always paused, and she treasured the pause more than the words. There were also nights when she would sit by her window and whisper to the stars. She never asked them for anything, not really. She only told them what her heart was carrying, like old friends who could hold her secrets without judgment. Sometimes she cried, sometimes she just breathed, but always she felt them listening. And in return, they gave her a hush so complete it felt like being wrapped in velvet. It was then she began to believe that everything, walls, dust, light, and stars, could listen if one only knew how to speak to them gently. One afternoon, when she was about 7, she found herself alone in the garage. The air smelled faintly of oil and metal, and tools lay scattered in organized chaos. She picked up a screwdriver and turned it over in her hand, not because she knew what to do with it, but because she wanted to feel the weight of something that had passed through so many of her father's hands. As she held it, she thought she heard a faint hum, as though the tool remembered every invention it had been part of. She closed her eyes and listened until she felt the hum inside her, steady and calm like a second heartbeat. She put it back quietly and walked away, carrying with her the sense that everything, even ordinary objects, carried a history, a pulse, a whisper, if you leaned close enough. It was during these quiet observations that her peculiar gift began to show itself. She was not like the heroes of great stories who could summon lightning or bend time. Her gift was far softer, almost invisible. She could sense the hidden emotions in others, the quiet notes in their voices they thought no one could hear. When her brother laughed too loudly, she knew it came from worry. When her mother moved briskly through the kitchen, she knew it was to hide fatigue. And when her father spoke in sharp tones, she felt the tender regret buried beneath them. She never spoke of this gift, never even admitted to herself that it was real, but it shaped her. It made her careful, patient, willing to listen where others would rush to speak. Growing up with this sensitivity was not always easy. Sometimes it hurt her to feel so much, to carry the weight of emotions that were not her own. She would lie, awake, and wonder why she could not simply shut it off. But with time, she realized that the weight was also a form of strength. It taught her compassion, taught her to move softly in a world that was often loud. It made her notice the small, unspoken needs of others, and sometimes she could soothe them without a word. She became, quietly, a healer, not of wounds, but of silences. Her father once told her, almost absent-mindedly, "You've got a steady way about you, Beth." He didn't elaborate, didn't look up from what he was working on, but the words stayed. She turned them over in her mind for years, steady way. Perhaps that was what she was meant to carry forward, even when she felt uncertain. A steadiness, a soft persistence, the kind of strength that does not roar, but hums like a quiet machine in the corner of a room. Always there, always reliable. The world around her seemed strange sometimes, stranger than she could explain. She felt gaps in her memories, moments that seemed misplaced. Once, she was sure she remembered a picnic in a park with someone who felt like her mother but looked different, sounded different. Another time, she recalled a birthday where her cake had glowing candles that hovered without wax, and yet no one else remembered it that way. She didn't push too hard to solve the mystery. Instead, she accepted it the way she accepted her dreams, as part of a larger fabric she was not yet meant to understand. As the years passed, these sensations wove themselves into her sense of self. She grew quieter, not withdrawn but thoughtful, carrying inside her a meadow, a hum, a collection of whispers that kept her company. To others she may have seemed ordinary, just a daughter, just a sister, just a girl. But within she was gathering, threads from places unseen, slowly preparing herself for something larger. And though she could not have said it aloud, she felt it even then, that her life was not only hers. That in some gentle, mysterious way, she belonged to many lives, many echoes, many worlds. The thought did not frighten her. If anything, it soothed her like a lullaby sung in a language she did not yet know but trusted completely. She would close her eyes at night, hold on to the dream of the glass meadow, and let herself drift, certain that one day she would understand. Beth's childhood stretched forward in gentle fragments, not like a straight line, but more like circles drawn in sand, fading and returning as the tide of memory washed over them. She did not always understand where she belonged, but she understood the small textures of being alive, the smell of wood smoke on cold mornings, the taste of slightly burnt toast, the sound of a door closing softly at night when someone thought she was asleep. These were the threads that stitched her world together, fragile and ordinary. Yet to her, they were profound. There was a quiet tension in the house she lived in, the kind that hummed beneath the surface. Sometimes it felt like her family spoke in half phrases as if everything was left unfinished. Her father was brilliant and distracted, her mother practical but weary, her brother playful and restless. Beth, though, was the listener. She leaned into their pauses, their silences, gathering meaning from the things unsaid. She did not always speak about what she noticed, but she held it close, like secret treasures hidden inside her chest. Her gift for sensing emotions deepened as she grew. She could feel it in the way someone's hand trembled slightly before letting go, or how laughter lingered too long when it was meant to cover pain. Even at school, she could sense when a classmate was lonely, even if their face was smiling. She would sit beside them at lunch, or quietly share a pencil when theirs broke, and though the gestures were small, she saw the relief in their eyes. She did not know it then, but these small acts were the beginning of her journey, the quiet heroism of noticing what others overlooked. Sometimes, though, she felt burdened by this sensitivity. At night, she would curl beneath her blanket, wondering why her chest felt so heavy, as if she were carrying too many hearts inside her. She wanted to escape into her dreams, and often she did. The dream of the glass meadow continued, always arriving when she needed it most. In that meadow, everything was light, and nothing asked her to be strong. She would lie down in the shining grass, close her eyes, and feel the warmth of a sky that never judged her. The dream seemed to whisper, "You are not alone, not ever. Even when the world feels too much, you belong to something greater." The glass meadow became her secret comfort, her private place. Some nights she tried to sketch it on scraps of paper, but no pencil could capture the translucence of its blades, or the way the horizon bent softly, like a lullaby. So she kept it inside her, knowing it would wait until she was ready to step into it fully. Her father rarely noticed these sketches, though once he did. He looked at the paper, frowning slightly, as if trying to solve a puzzle. "Interesting geometry," he murmured, then set it down and went back to his tools. Beth did not mind. For her, it was not geometry, but memory, and she preferred to let it stay unexamined, free from the harshness of analysis. There were afternoons when she wandered alone in the backyard, searching for small pieces of wonder. She liked to press her ear against the trunk of the old oak tree, listening for vibrations, imagining the tree was speaking in slow, patient tones. Sometimes she pretended the wind carried messages meant only for her, phrases too quiet to put into words. Other times, she collected small stones and lined them up in patterns as though she were building a secret language only the earth could read. These moments filled her with a kind of quiet magic, a belief that the world was alive in ways most people did not see. As she grew older, Beth began to notice the fractures in her family more clearly. Her parents drifted around each other, their voices sharp one moment, absent the next. She wanted to mend them, to bridge the spaces between, but she was only a child, and she understood that some gaps could not be crossed with words. So instead, she offered what she could, a steady presence, a gentle smile, a willingness to sit nearby without demanding attention. Her steadiness was her gift, though she did not yet know how much it would matter. Her brother, in his restless way, sometimes mocked her for being too quiet. "You're like a ghost," he would say with a laugh. But there were nights when he knocked softly on her door, unable to sleep, and sat at the edge of her bed while she listened to his worries. He never admitted it out loud, but he trusted her silence more than anyone else's advice. She would listen, nod, and place her hand lightly over his. No words were needed. That was the gift she gave, an understanding that did not demand explanation. It was around this time that she began to sense something strange in herself, something more than empathy. One evening, as she sat by the window, her mind drifting, she noticed that the stars seemed brighter when her heart was calm. She tilted her head, wondering if it was just her imagination, but then she tried it again. When she let her body soften, her breath slow, the stars shimmered as though leaning closer. She whispered to them, not words, but feelings, and she felt them answer. It was not a language she could describe, but a resonance, like the soft vibration of a string touched gently. For a moment she wondered if she was pulling the light closer, or if it was pulling her. The experience frightened her slightly, yet she also felt comforted, as though the universe itself had recognized her. She kept it a secret, the same way she kept her dreams of the meadow. But from then on, every time she looked at the night sky, she felt less like an observer and more like part of the vast design. This quiet power revealed itself in other ways too. Once, when her mother was sitting at the kitchen table, weary and silent, Beth touched her hand and felt the heaviness in her heart. Without thinking, Beth hummed softly, a tune without shape, and slowly she felt the heaviness lighten. Her mother did not say anything, but when she rose to continue her work, her shoulders were straighter, her movements easier. Beth realized then that her gift was not only for listening, but also for soothing, for carrying a small part of someone else's burden and letting it dissolve. She did not boast of this gift. She hardly thought of it as hers. To her, it was simply a natural way of being, as much a part of her as her hands or her breath. Yet somewhere deep inside, she sensed it set her apart, marked her for something beyond the ordinary life unfolding around her. The days continued, a mixture of silence and laughter, of ordinary chores and extraordinary dreams. Beth carried her secret powers quietly, letting them shape her without rushing to define them. She grew into adolescence with a heart tuned to the quiet frequencies of life, carrying the glass meadow within her, carrying the stars that seemed to listen, carrying the hum of objects that whispered when no one else paid attention. And though she could not name it, she felt the gentle pull of destiny. Not the loud, blazing kind sung about in stories, but a soft destiny, like a current. beneath the water, guiding her slowly, patiently towards something she could not yet see. She did not resist it. She let herself drift with it, trusting that wherever it carried her, she would remain steady, like the quiet hum inside a familiar tool, like the whisper of grass in a meadow of glass. Beth's life moved gently forward, not with sudden leaps, but with the kind of changes that arrive so quietly you almost miss them. She grew taller, her voice steadied, and the childlike wonder she carried began to shift into something deeper, more reflective. Yet she still noticed the same details others overlooked: the flicker of a moth circling a lamp, the way rain left silver veins on the window, the hush of footsteps that slowed when someone felt uncertain. She was no longer a little girl, but she carried her childhood with her like a lantern, lighting her path in ways she did not always understand. Her gift continued to deepen, though she rarely spoke of it. She felt the world in ways that were difficult to describe. Sometimes she sensed sadness like a draught of cold air slipping under a door. Other times she felt joy radiating from a person like warmth from a fire, even if their face was composed. These impressions came to her uninvited, flowing in and out like tides. They shaped her, but they also made her cautious. She did not want to intrude on others' secrets, so she held them quietly, as if she were guarding something fragile on their behalf. At school, she was not the loudest or the most celebrated. Teachers noted her intelligence but often overlooked her presence. Yet her classmates gravitated toward her in subtle ways. When someone's heart was heavy, they found themselves sitting beside her. When a friend needed comfort, they spoke to her without planning to. She was never the center of attention, but she was the one people trusted when they needed stillness. Her calm presence was like water, smoothing a stone, shaping without force. There were days when she felt lonely despite this quiet importance. She sometimes wondered if anyone truly saw her, not just as a listener, but as a person with her own heart and longings. She yearned for someone who would notice her silences, someone who would understand the way she carried both her own feelings and the feelings of others. She often returned to the dream of the glass meadow during these times, lying in the endless field of shining grass where she felt known without needing to explain herself. The meadow became less like a dream and more like a promise, a reminder. That belonging existed even if she had not yet found it in waking life. Her father's presence in her life remained complicated. There were stretches when he was absorbed in his work, almost absent even when sitting across the table. Yet there were also rare, tender moments that she held on to, moments when he noticed her in ways that mattered. Once, she showed him a book she had been reading, and though he flipped through it absent-mindedly, he paused at a page where she had underlined a passage. He tapped the line and murmured, "That's a good thought." It was a small thing, but it felt enormous to her, proof that he had glimpsed something of her inner world. She carried that memory like a jewel, shining brighter in her heart than he would ever realize. Her mother, in contrast, was more constant, though often tired. Beth admired her quiet endurance, the way she moved through each day with steady determination. Yet even in her mother, Beth sensed unspoken sorrows, small disappointments tucked away where no one else could see them. Sometimes Beth wished she could lift those burdens, take them into herself and dissolve them. But she also knew her mother's strength came partly from carrying them. So instead, Beth offered her presence, her small hums of comfort, her willingness to stand nearby without asking for anything in return. Her brother grew older too, louder and more independent, but still he drifted toward her in private moments. He never thanked her outright, but he leaned on her presence like one leans on a tree without thinking of its roots. She accepted this without resentment. For Beth, love was rarely in grand declarations. It lived in small gestures, in steady companionship, in the quiet ways one heart steadied another. It was during this time that Beth's connection to the stars began to feel even more mysterious. On certain nights, when the sky was clear and she let herself sink into stillness, she felt as though the stars were not distant at all. They seemed to bend toward her, not in a way she could measure, but in a way she could feel. She whispered to them, and though no sound carried, she felt them answer in shimmering vibrations inside her chest. The sensation was both humbling and soothing, as if the universe itself was reminding her that she belonged to something vast and tender. Sometimes she wondered if her gift was too much, if feeling so deeply was a burden she was not meant to carry. But then she would see the way someone's expression softened when she listened to them, or how a heavy mood lifted after she had simply sat beside a friend, and she realized her gift was not meant to weigh her down, but to connect her. She was learning slowly that sensitivity was not weakness. It was a bridge. Her dreams continued to grow stranger, yet more beautiful. The glass meadow remained, but now it sometimes merged with the night sky. She would walk among the translucent grass, and above her the stars would ripple like a living ocean. Once she dreamed of lying in the meadow while countless fireflies rose from the grass and drifted upward, joining the constellations as if the earth itself were replenishing the sky. She woke from that dream with tears on her cheeks, though she did not feel sad. The tears were like dew, gentle and inevitable, born of something too vast for words. These dreams gave her comfort on days when reality felt sharp or confusing. They reminded her that the world was more layered than it seemed, that there were truths just beyond the reach of ordinary vision. Sometimes she even wondered if her dreams were memories of another world, some place she had once belonged to or might return to. The thought did not frighten her. If anything, it soothed her, because it meant she was never truly alone. Beth's adolescence unfolded with this balance of ordinary life and extraordinary inner experiences. She learned to navigate friendships, to endure the awkwardness of growing older, to carry the confusion of trying to define herself. Yet through it all, she remained steady, carrying her quiet power like a lantern, illuminating not only her path, but also the paths of those who walked beside her. There were moments when she felt restless, when she longed for something more than the rhythms of her days. She would sit at her window, staring at the night sky, wondering if somewhere beyond the veil of stars there was another version of herself walking through the glass meadow, already free, already whole. These longings did not leave her empty. Instead, they filled her with quiet anticipation, as though the universe was gently preparing her for a journey she could not yet imagine. She carried this anticipation in silence, never rushing, never forcing. She understood even then that some paths must unfold in their own time, like blossoms that cannot be hurried by eager hands. So she waited, listening to the hum of the world, trusting that when the moment came, she would recognize it by the resonance it stirred within her. And until that day, she walked softly through her life, her heart tuned to the quiet music of things unseen, her spirit carrying both the weight and the wonder of belonging to something larger than herself. Beth's early years of adolescence folded into a rhythm of ordinary days, but beneath their surface she carried a growing sense of strangeness, a feeling that her life was being lived on two planes at once. On the outside, she was simply a girl moving through her routines, studying, helping around the house, drifting in and out of conversations that rarely went as deep as she wished. But inside, she carried an awareness that shimmered like hidden light, something unspoken but undeniable. She began to notice it more clearly, the subtle ways the world seemed to lean toward her when she paid attention. She would walk to school and feel the hum of the sidewalk beneath her shoes, as if the earth remembered every footstep that had ever passed across it. She would sit in the classroom and hear not just the teacher's words, but the emotions woven between them, the faint impatience, the hidden pride, the tiredness beneath the polished tone. And when she looked at her classmates, she could almost sense the shape of their inner worlds, the worries tucked behind a smile, the longing hidden in restless fingers tapping against a desk. At first, she wondered if this ability was only her imagination, the product of a mind that noticed too much. But time and again, her sense proved right. She would sense someone's loneliness and later discover that they had been hiding heartbreak. She would sense someone's joy before they spoke of good news. These patterns confirmed what she already knew. She was tuned to something beneath the surface of ordinary life, something most people never paused long enough to hear. This sensitivity made her compassionate, but it also made her cautious. She did not want to overwhelm others by seeing too much of them, so she learned to keep her knowing quiet. Instead of speaking, she offered presence. Instead of naming what she felt, she held space for others to reveal themselves in their own time. She learned that patience was a form of love, that waiting without pressure was sometimes the greatest gift one could give. Her family noticed this steadiness, even if they did not understand it fully. Her brother leaned on her when his own storms grew too heavy. Her mother relied on her quiet companionship when exhaustion blurred the edges of her days. Even her father, caught in the whirlwind of his restless mind, occasionally paused when he saw her watching him, as though her gaze anchored him for a moment. Though he rarely spoke of it, Beth sensed that he recognized something in her, an equilibrium he himself lacked, a steadiness that contrasted his chaos. As Beth's gift unfolded, she began to discover small ways of using it deliberately. When she placed her hand on someone's shoulder, she could ease their tension, if only a little. When she hummed softly, the air seemed to calm, as though her voice carried more than sound. Once, during a storm, her brother was panicking at the crash of thunder. She sat beside him, closed her eyes, and let her breath fall into a steady rhythm. Within minutes, his shaking quieted, his body mirroring her calm. She realized then that her gift was not just passive, she could guide others into the stillness she carried. Yet this realization also brought responsibility. She knew she could not solve everything, could not erase the burdens people carried. Her role was gentler, more subtle. She was not there to fix, but to accompany, not to erase pain, but to soften its edges. This understanding shaped her deeply, teaching her to respect the boundaries of others, to honor their journeys while offering quiet light along the way. The dream of the glass meadow remained constant during these years. It was not every night, but it returned often enough to feel like a thread woven through her life. The meadow changed with her moods. Sometimes the sky above it was golden, filled with warmth that seemed to embrace her. Other times it was pale, hushed, as though holding its breath. But always the grass shimmered beneath her steps, bending without breaking, carrying her weight without complaint. She began to believe the meadow was not just a dream, but a reflection of herself, a place that existed because she needed it, because her soul required a sanctuary that was always steady, always waiting. In waking life, she found smaller echoes of that meadow, a quiet library corner where the dust smelled faintly of old paper and time seemed to slow. A bench under a willow tree where the leaves brushed the ground like gentle curtains. The hush of late evenings when the house finally stilled, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. These places, these moments, reminded her of the meadow, as if pieces of it had seeped into the ordinary world. She carried them with her like stepping stones, guiding her back to calm whenever life grew sharp. Beth's friendships reflected her inner world as well. She was not surrounded by crowds, but she had a few companions who cherished her presence. They often confided in her, drawn by her ability to listen without judgment. She rarely offered advice. Instead, she offered understanding, and that was often more valuable. One friend once told her, "You make silence feel safe." Beth held onto those words, for they captured something she had never dared to name. There were still times of doubt, moments when she wondered if her gift was truly a gift at all. There were days when carrying the weight of others' emotions left her weary, when she longed to feel only her own heart without the echoes of everyone else's. In those moments, she would close her eyes and breathe, reminding herself that she was not alone, that the meadow and the stars and the quiet hum of the world were always with her. Slowly, the weariness would soften, and she would return. To herself, her father remained a mystery to her, a figure both near and distant. His brilliance fascinated her, but his sharpness often stung. She sensed the sadness hidden beneath his inventions, the regret woven into his restless pursuit of knowledge. She wished she could reach him, soothe him the way she soothed others, but he kept himself guarded, walls built from pride and distraction. Still, she never stopped watching him with quiet hope, believing that even walls could one day soften. Her mother's steadiness continued to inspire her, though Beth could sense the fragility beneath it. She admired the way her mother carried on despite the weariness, but she also longed for her to rest, to allow someone else to carry the weight for a while. Sometimes Beth would take over small chores, not because she was asked, but because she wanted to ease her mother's load. She never announced these gestures, but her mother noticed, and though she did not always say so, Beth felt the gratitude shimmering quietly in her presence. The years of adolescence often feel like thresholds, neither fully child nor fully grown. For Beth, they were years of preparation, though she did not yet know what she was being prepared for. She could sense it, though, like a distant melody drifting toward her, a song she could not yet hear clearly but felt in her bones. She trusted that when the time came, the melody would grow louder, guiding her to the next stage of her journey. Until then, she continued to walk softly through her days, her heart tuned to the hidden music of the world. She carried her meadow, her stars, her hum, and her gift, not as burdens, but as companions. And though she did not yet understand the full shape of her destiny, she knew she was walking toward it, steady as the quiet rhythm of her breath, steady as the glass blades of grass bending beneath her feet. Beth's adolescence unfolded like a twilight sky, slowly deepening, shadows lengthening, colors blending in ways that were both familiar and strange. She was no longer a child, yet not quite the adult she imagined she would become. Life felt like a threshold, a quiet waiting place where every detail carried a hidden meaning. She carried her days with patience, though sometimes she felt the ache of questions without answers, the longing for something just out of reach. Her gift of sensing emotions had grown stronger, no longer subtle, but undeniable. She could walk, into a room and feel the atmosphere settle into her chest as if it belonged to her. Joy entered her like a warmth, rising in her lungs. Sadness pressed against her ribs like weight. Even anger brushed against her skin like static, sharp and restless. These sensations came whether she wanted them or not, and though she had learned to accept them, they sometimes left her exhausted. At times, she wondered if her heart was too open, like a window without curtains, always letting in the winds of others. Yet she did not regret it. The ability to feel so deeply also meant she saw beauty others overlooked. She noticed the way laughter lingered after it was spoken, like echoes bouncing in the air. She noticed how kindness left a glow in a room long after the act itself had ended. She noticed how even sorrow carried its own grace, softening voices, drawing people together. These moments reminded her that the world was not only heavy, it was also luminous, full of fragile lights that only revealed themselves to those who paid attention. One evening, she sat outside on the porch, watching the sky darken. The first stars appeared slowly, like cautious visitors, and she whispered to them as she always did. She did not ask for anything specific. She simply let her feelings drift upward, trusting the stars to hold them. As she sat there, she felt something stir in her chest, not just comfort, but connection, as though the stars were not merely listening, but answering. It was not in words, but in a deep stillness that filled her like water fills a vessel. For a long time she stayed there, breathing softly, feeling herself dissolve into the vastness above. Her brother found her there and asked what she was doing. She only smiled and said, "Listening." He laughed, shaking his head, but later, when he sat beside her in silence, she knew he understood more than he admitted. That was how love often showed itself in her family, not through grand gestures, but through the willingness to share silence. School continued with its familiar rhythm of lessons and hallways. To others, Beth seemed quiet, almost reserved, but to those who came close, she was a refuge. Friends sought her out when they needed someone who would not judge, who would let them pour out their thoughts without interruption. Beth never thought of herself as extraordinary. She believed she was simply doing what anyone should, listening with her whole heart. But in truth, it was rare, and those who received it felt changed by her presence. Her dreams of the glass meadow persisted, growing more vivid as she aged. The meadow was no longer only a place of rest, it began to feel like a teacher. In the dream, when she lay down among the glass blades, she felt them hum beneath her, each one carrying a note of music. When she stood still, she could hear the meadow's song, soft, layered, endless. The song seemed to tell her that everything in existence was connected, that even the smallest moments were threads in a vast tapestry. She woke from these dreams, feeling both humbled and uplifted, as if she had touched a truth too large to fully carry, but too beautiful to forget. There were times, however, when she felt overwhelmed by the contradictions of her life. By day, she was just a girl moving through ordinary routines, surrounded by noise, expectations, and the clumsiness of growing older. But by night, she touched vast mysteries, hearing songs from meadows that did not exist in this world, receiving answers from stars that should have been silent. She sometimes felt like she lived in two worlds, one visible and one hidden, and she struggled to reconcile them. Yet instead of resisting, she chose to let both exist within her, trusting that one day they would meet. Her relationship with her father remained tangled. He moved through the world with relentless energy, inventing, calculating, chasing ideas that seemed to stretch beyond reality itself. Beth admired him, but she also felt the distance between them. She longed for his attention. Yet she sensed the storms within him, the regrets and guilt he never admitted. She could feel his heaviness even when he hid it behind sharp words. Sometimes she wished she could sit him down in the glass meadow and let its music soften him, let its blades of light bend around his restless mind until he finally rested. But she knew that was not hers to give. He would have to find it himself, if he ever allowed himself to. Her mother's steadiness was a balm, though Beth felt the weariness beneath it more clearly than ever. She wished her mother could see herself through Beth's eyes, strong, patient, carrying more than anyone realized. Sometimes Beth would touch her mother's hand and let her gift flow gently, not enough to erase the tiredness, but enough to ease it for a moment. Her mother never questioned it, but she often looked at Beth afterward with eyes that seemed to say more than words could. The quiet power Beth carried was not without its costs. There were nights when she cried into her pillow, not from her own sorrow, but from the weight of others' emotions that clung to her. She sometimes felt like a vessel too small for the tide it held. Yet even in these moments, she reminded herself that water, no matter how heavy, always finds balance. She whispered to herself that she was steady, and slowly her breath would find its rhythm again. As she moved further into adolescence, she began to sense that her life was not meant to remain confined within the ordinary. She felt it in the way the world seemed to tilt toward her, in the way dreams pressed themselves into her chest like promises. She did not know what form her journey would take, but she trusted that it would come, and she trusted that she would. Be ready. One night, in a dream, the glass meadow opened into a path she had never seen before. The blades of glass parted, forming a trail that led into a forest of light. She hesitated, uncertain, but she felt a pull stronger than fear. She walked forward, each step ringing like crystal underfoot, and as she moved, she felt the presence of something greater guiding her. She did not reach the end of the path before waking, but she carried the memory of it with her. For the first time, the meadow had not been only a place of rest, it had been an invitation. Beth woke with her heart racing softly, not from panic, but from anticipation. She knew, though she could not explain how, that her life was shifting, that she was being prepared for something beyond the horizon of her ordinary days. And instead of dread, she felt peace. The glass meadow was calling her forward, and she was ready to listen, ready to listen. Beth carried the memory of the dream path with her as though it were a secret folded into her chest. She walked through her days as any other teenager might, yet she felt the faint hum of that unseen forest within her. It was not loud, not urgent. It was simply there, waiting, like a gentle presence at the edge of her awareness. Sometimes, when she closed her eyes in a quiet classroom, or while lying in bed, she almost believed she could hear the faint song of the crystal path calling her forward again. Her brother noticed a shift in her, though he couldn't name it. "You're different," he said one evening, tossing a stone across the yard. It landed with a hollow sound against the fence. She didn't know how to answer, so she only smiled and shrugged. How could she explain that her heart seemed to belong to two worlds at once, the familiar and the hidden, the ordinary and the dream-born? He would not understand, yet she sensed he saw enough of her to know she was carrying something unseen. Sometimes that was all she needed, not understanding, but acknowledgement. The seasons shifted softly, spring folding into summer, and Beth began to feel the quiet changes in herself, the way the earth feels the slow lengthening of days. She lingered in solitude more than before, sitting under trees with her notebook, sketching shapes she could not explain. The sketches often became delicate blades of glass, bending toward one another like reeds or forests made of light that resembled the one she had glimpsed. She didn't show these to anyone, not even her brother. They felt private, like the language of her heart, spoken only to herself. Yet solitude did not make her lonely. It gave her room to listen. She learned that her gift of sensing emotions was not only about receiving, but also about sending. When she sat quietly near someone, she could steady herself in such a way that the air around them seemed calmer. It was like letting her breath fall into rhythm with theirs, offering them an anchor without speaking. At first, she thought it was only coincidence, but when she noticed how often people relaxed in her presence, how often their words slowed and softened, she began to trust it. It was a subtle offering, invisible to anyone else, but she treasured it. There was one friend, a girl from her school, who often sat with her at lunch. This girl carried a sadness she tried to hide behind chatter and laughter, but Beth could feel it trembling beneath the surface. One afternoon, as the girls spoke about nothing in particular, Beth simply placed her hand over hers. No words were exchanged about the sadness, no questions, no probing. Yet the girl's voice grew gentler, her eyes softened, and for the first time in weeks her smile felt unforced. Beth said nothing about what she had done. She knew that sometimes healing arrived best when unnamed. Dreams continued to guide her. The glass meadow remained, always welcoming her, but more often now it revealed new paths, glimpses of landscapes that shimmered beyond her comprehension. Some nights she wandered further into those glowing woods where trees shone as if lit from within. She did not always remember what she found there upon waking, but she remembered the feeling. Wonder threaded with peace, awe without fear. It was enough. Her father, meanwhile, became more restless, though she rarely understood the details of his work. He came and went with bursts of energy, his voice carrying fragments of strange theories, endless questions about universes stacked within universes. Beth often wondered if he too had walked the dream paths, though in a different way. His mind reaching for answers through calculation, while hers drifted toward them through silence. They seemed so different, yet sometimes she felt they were gazing at the same horizon from opposite sides of a mountain. Her mother's presence remained the grounding point of the household. Beth often watched her in the kitchen, moving with tired grace, and thought of her as a lantern carried through storms, weathered perhaps, but always shining enough to lead others home. Beth wished she could ease her burden more than she already did. Once, when she lingered too long by her mother's side, her mother touched her face and whispered, "You feel things too deeply, my girl." Beth only nodded, though inside she thought, perhaps it is not too deeply, but just deeply enough. The pull of the meadow was strongest on nights when she felt most unsettled. One such night, after a day of unspoken tensions in her family, she dreamed again of the path into the forest of light. This time she walked further, each step ringing like crystal chimes. The trees whispered as she passed, their leaves shimmering, with a glow like moonlight on water. She felt she was not alone, though no figure revealed itself. It was a presence, soft but vast, like being held in an unseen embrace. She whispered into the silence, "What am I meant to do?" The forest did not reply in words, but a breeze moved through it, carrying a sound like many voices sighing in harmony. She felt the answer not as instruction but as reassurance. You are already doing it. She woke with tears on her face, not from sorrow but from relief. The path was not leading her toward some grand event, waiting in the future. It was showing her that the way she lived, the way she listened, the way she noticed small lights was already the journey itself. She did not need to become something other than what she was. She only needed to continue, gently, faithfully, as she had been. This understanding softened her days. She no longer worried about being different. She no longer feared the weight of her gift. She began to see it as a rhythm, like the slow turning of the seasons, something that simply was, something she could live with rather than control. She carried herself with quiet acceptance, and that acceptance seemed to ripple outward. People noticed it without knowing why. Teachers paused near her desk a moment longer. Strangers smiled at her as if she were familiar. The world seemed to lean toward her as the glass meadow had, gently, reverently. Still, the ordinary world continued with its demands, tests, chores, routines. Beth lived in both spheres, the mundane and the mystical, and she did not reject either. She came to understand that both were needed, the dreams to remind her of wonder and the daily acts to ground her in love. Even folding laundry with her mother became part of the journey, a moment threaded with presence, a ritual as meaningful as walking through forests of light. One evening, as she and her brother lay on the grass, staring at the stars, he asked her, "Do you ever think there's more than all this?" Beth turned to him and smiled, the night sky reflected in her eyes. "Yes," she whispered, "but I think the more is already here. We just have to notice it." He was quiet for a long time after that, and Beth sensed he would carry those words with him. She hoped he would. She hoped everyone she touched would. When she finally drifted to sleep that night, she dreamed once more of the glass meadow. The blades of glass bent toward her as if bowing, and the song of the meadow rose in her chest until it became her own heartbeat. She lay among the shimmering blades, and for the first time, she did not feel like a visitor. She felt like she belonged. The meadow was not only a place she traveled to, it was a reflection of herself, her gift, her way of being in the world. She slept deeply, her breath slow, her body at peace. And in that stillness, the forest of light waited patiently for her to return, not as a wanderer, but as someone who already carried its music within her. Beth woke with the dawn light streaming through her window, soft and golden, the kind of light that seemed to carry whispers of promises yet unspoken. For a moment she lingered in the quiet, feeling the aftertaste of the meadow still present in her chest, a faint hum like music pressed into her heartbeat. She knew it would fade as the day unfolded, yet part of her did not mind. The fading was not loss, it was transformation, the dream's way of folding itself into her waking life. She carried it like warmth, invisible but real. The house was silent except for the faint stirrings of her mother in the kitchen. Beth rose quietly, slipping on her sweater, and padded down the hallway. She paused at the door, watching her mother move in that familiar rhythm, reaching for the kettle, turning toward the sink, setting plates gently onto the table. There was something about her movements, tired but steady, that reminded Beth of the meadow's blades bending in the wind, fragile yet unbroken. Her mother glanced up and smiled, a weary curve that still managed to reach her eyes. "You're awake early?" she said softly. Beth only nodded and offered to help. They worked together without much conversation, but the silence between them was not empty. It was filled with a quiet companionship, like two streams running side by side. Her father entered soon after, his presence carrying the restless energy that never seemed to leave him. His mind was always moving, chasing questions Beth could not see. He barely touched his food, lost in his own world. Beth watched him, not with judgment, but with a curious kind of love. She wondered again if his mind's journeys mirrored her own, though his took the form of theories and calculations instead of dream paths. She thought perhaps they were both searching for the same truth, just speaking in different languages. Her brother joined them last, his hair messy, his energy raw and untamed. He teased her in the way he always did, but there was a softness behind it now, as though he, too, felt the shift in her, even if he didn't fully understand. She smiled at him, her quiet answer to his constant noise. Inwardly, she wished she could show him what she had seen, the meadow, the forest of light. But she knew it was not something to be shown. It had to be found. The day unfolded like any other, yet Beth carried her awareness with her as though it were a secret compass. At school, she felt the undercurrents of emotion swirling in her classmates, the nervous energy before tests, the flickers of joy between friends, the heavy silences of those who carried burdens too large to name. She did not speak of what she felt, but she carried herself gently, as though her presence alone could soften the edges of their pain. She did not always succeed, but even small moments, a quiet smile, a patient glance, felt like offerings she could leave behind. That afternoon, when she returned home, she felt a restlessness in the air. Her father was in his study, pacing, papers scattered across the desk. He muttered to himself, words strung together in fragments of ideas that Beth could not follow. She lingered at the doorway, hesitant, until he looked up and saw her. His expression softened just for a moment, and he beckoned her inside. "Do you ever wonder?" he asked, his voice low. "If we're all just echoes of something larger? If everything we see is only the surface of a deeper truth?" Beth's heart stirred. She wanted to tell him of her dreams, of the meadow and the song of the forest, but the words caught in her throat. She feared he would dismiss them as imagination, or worse, try to turn them into theories and measurements. Instead, she simply said, "Yes, I wonder all the time." He studied her, perhaps surprised by the steadiness in her answer. Then he smiled, faint but genuine, before turning back to his work. She left quietly, but her chest ached with the desire to share more. She longed for someone who could understand without needing proof, someone who could feel the truth as she did, deeply, wordlessly. That night, she returned to the meadow once again. The blades of glass bent toward her, glowing with their quiet radiance, and the path shimmered ahead. This time, she followed it further, past the edge of the meadow, into the forest of light. The trees rose tall and luminous, their leaves whispering, as if carrying secrets between them. She felt both small and infinite at once, as though she were a single note in a vast symphony. A figure appeared then, not a person, not exactly, but a presence shaped by light and shadow. It did not speak with words, but Beth understood its meaning as clearly as if it had. It showed her images, her mother's tired hands, her father's restless eyes, her brother's uncertain laughter. It showed her the people she passed in her days, each carrying invisible burdens, each longing for connection. And then it showed her herself, standing among them, quiet but radiant, her gift like a lantern shining softly in the dark. She wanted to ask what it all meant, but before she could, the figure dissolved into the trees and the dream began to fade. She woke with tears on her face again, but this time they were mixed. Grief and gratitude tangled together. She understood now that her gift was not for herself alone. It was meant to be given, not in grand gestures, but in small, steady offerings of presence. The following days, she leaned into this understanding. She sat longer with her friend at school, listening without judgment. She stayed close to her mother in the evenings, helping more, even when unasked. She watched her father with softer eyes, not as a man consumed by his own world, but as someone searching, yearning, perhaps lost. And with her brother she chose patience, letting his noise wash over her without resistance, knowing it was his way of being. None of them noticed the full depth of what she was doing, but that did not matter. She felt it. And in those moments, she realized that the meadow was not only in her dreams. It lived within her, unfolding wherever she offered her gift. One evening, she sat alone in the yard, the sky painted with the fading hues of twilight. The first stars began to appear, scattered like lanterns across the heavens. She closed her eyes and listened, not to the world outside, but to the quiet hum within. It was there, steady and strong, the song of the meadow, the whisper of the forest, the presence of something larger than herself. For the first time, she did not feel like she was carrying a secret. She felt like she was carrying a promise, and that promise was simple. To be present, to listen, to shine quietly, even when no one noticed. Especially then. She opened her eyes and looked at the stars. They blinked back at her, distant yet near, as if they too carried secrets too vast to name. Beth smiled, her heart steady, her spirit calm. She weighed the days drifted into one another, yet for Beth they no longer felt the same. Each moment carried a weight, a subtle pull, as though invisible threads connected her to everything she touched. She began to notice things she had once overlooked, the way her mother's sigh carried more weariness at night than in the morning, the way her father's eyes brightened for a brief second when an idea took hold, the way her brother's laughter, though loud and reckless, often hid a softness that few bothered to see. It was as though the world had opened another layer to her, a quieter truth humming beneath the surface of ordinary life. One afternoon, she sat outside her classroom while the others rushed toward the playground. The air was cool, touched with the scent of earth after rain. She closed her eyes and listened. Voices floated around her, shouts, laughter, footsteps, but behind them she felt something deeper. Every sound carried an undercurrent, like ripples moving outward. Each laugh was tinged with longing. Each shout carried traces of fear. Each silence bore its own weight. She sat with it, absorbing, not to fix or change, but simply to witness. It filled her with both sorrow and peace. Her teacher found her there, sitting alone, her gaze far away. "Beth," she said gently, "why don't you join the others?" Beth hesitated before answering. "I like listening," she whispered. The teacher smiled, though she did not fully understand. "You have an old soul," she said, brushing Beth's shoulder lightly before moving on. Beth carried those words with her the rest of the day, though she was unsure whether they were a compliment or a burden. Perhaps they were both. That evening, her father called her into his study. The room was cluttered with books, papers, and half-finished sketches of diagrams she could not decipher. He looked at her intently, as though searching for something in her expression. "You're different lately," he said finally. Quieter, but not in the same way as before. "It's like you're carrying something." Beth's heart quickened. She wanted to tell him about the meadow, the forest of light, the figure made of radiance, but the words pressed against her throat like birds in a cage. She shook her head slightly. "I just notice things," she said carefully. Her father leaned back, studying her. "Noticing is important. Most people rush through life without seeing what's right in front of them, but sometimes noticing too much." He paused, his eyes softening. "Sometimes it can make the world heavy." Beth swallowed. She wondered if he knew from experience, if his endless pursuit of theories and proofs was his own way of carrying a weight he could not name. She wanted to tell him it did not feel heavy all the time, that sometimes it felt like light instead, filling her with warmth. But she only nodded, letting silence speak where words could not. That night, her dream returned, vivid and alive. She stood once more in the meadow, the air shimmering with quiet radiance. The forest of light loomed ahead, its trees whispering in voices both ancient and kind. As she stepped forward, the presence returned, luminous and vast. This time it did not show her images, but invited her deeper, guiding her to a pool of water glowing softly in the center of the forest. The surface reflected not her face, but countless others, her family, her classmates, strangers she had passed in the street. All their reflections overlapped, merging and dissolving into one another, until finally they became a single light. Beth knelt beside the pool, her hand hovering above it. The presence whispered through her, not in words, but in a knowing that filled her chest. Everything is connected, everything belongs. She lowered her hand and touched the water. It rippled outward, and the light expanded, filling the forest, filling her. When she woke, she carried the echo of it inside her chest, pulsing like a heartbeat. The next day, she could not shake the feeling. At school, when her friend sat beside her, looking distracted and heavy-eyed, Beth touched her hand.
"Lightly? Are you okay?" she asked.
The friend blinked, startled, then smiled faintly as if someone had noticed something she had hoped to keep hidden. She nodded, but the gratitude in her eyes told Beth more than words could. It was a small exchange, but it lingered. Later, at our
home, her brother stormed into the living room, frustrated over something he would not name.
He kicked at the rug and muttered beneath his breath. Normally, Beth would have retreated, letting him burn through his storm, but instead, she stayed. She sat quietly on the couch, not speaking, not judging, just present. After a while, his anger softened into silence, and though he did not thank her, his shoulders eased. She knew her presence had steadied him, even if he never admitted it. Her mother noticed the changes too. One evening, while they washed dishes together, she said softly, "You're growing up so fast, Beth. There's a gentleness in you I don't always understand, but I'm grateful for it." Beth looked at her, wanting to explain, to share what she had seen in her dreams. But again, she found no words that could hold the weight of it. So she simply said, "I'm grateful too." The truth was that Beth herself did not always understand. Some days, the connection felt like a gift, other days like a burden. She wondered if she would ever be able to explain it, or if it was meant to remain unspoken, a language only she and the dream understood. One night, as she lay in bed, she whispered into the darkness, "Am I alone in this?" The question lingered in the air, fragile and trembling, and though no voice answered, she felt the faintest hum in her chest, the meadow's eternal song reminding her, "You are never alone." She drifted into sleep with that hum as her lullaby. In the dream, the meadow stretched endlessly, and the stars above shone brighter than she had ever seen. They pulsed like lanterns, each carrying a heartbeat, each connected to the other. She realized then that her gift was not only for those near her, but for everyone, for the world itself. The presence was not hers alone, it belonged to all. She was only one thread in the vast tapestry, but every thread mattered. When she woke, at dawn, the light spilling across her room felt like an answer. She did not need to carry the whole world. She only needed to carry her part, and to do so with love. The day began quietly, as all days did, but Beth felt the shift within her. She moved through the hours not as a girl lost between two worlds, but as one who belonged to both. She was not afraid of the weight anymore. The weight was proof that she was connected, that she mattered, that her gift was alive. And though she knew there would be days when the heaviness returned, she also knew the light was always waiting. Beneath it, steady as the heartbeat of the meadow, patient as the whispering forest. Beth smiled softly to herself. The journey was only beginning, as not lost between two worlds. She was the bridge. The days drifted into one another, yet for Beth they no longer felt the same. Each moment carried a weight, a subtle pull, as though invisible threads connected her to everything she touched. She began to notice things she had once overlooked. The way her mother's sigh carried more weariness at night than in the morning. The way her father's eyes brightened for a brief second when an idea took hold. The way her brother's laughter, though loud and reckless, often hid a softness that few bothered to see. It was as though the world had opened another layer to her, a quieter truth humming beneath the surface of ordinary life. One afternoon, she sat outside her classroom while the others rushed toward the playground. The air was cool, touched with the scent of earth after rain. She closed her eyes and listened. Voices floated around her, shouts, laughter, footsteps, but behind them she felt something deeper. Every sound carried an undercurrent like ripples moving outward. Each laugh was tinged with longing, each shout carried traces of fear, each silence bore its own weight. She sat with it, absorbing, not to fix or change, but simply to witness. It filled her with both sorrow and peace. Her teacher found her there, sitting alone, her gaze far away. "Beth," she said gently, "why don't you join the others?" Beth hesitated before answering. "I like listening," she whispered. The teacher smiled, though she did not fully understand. "You have an old soul," she said, brushing Beth's shoulder lightly before moving on. Beth carried those words with her the rest of the day, though she was unsure whether they were a compliment or a burden. Perhaps they were both. That evening, her father called her into his study. The room was cluttered with books, papers, and half-finished sketches of diagrams she could not decipher. He looked at her intently, as though searching for something in her expression. "You're different lately," he said finally. "Quieter, but not in the same way as before. It's like you're carrying something." Beth's heart quickened. She wanted to tell him about the meadow, the forest of light, the figure made of radiance. But the words pressed against her throat like birds in a cage. She shook her head slightly. "I just notice things," she said carefully. Her father leaned back, studying her. Noticing is important. Most people rush through life without seeing what's right in front of them, but sometimes noticing too much. He paused, his eyes softening. Sometimes it can make the world heavy. Beth swallowed. She wondered if he knew from experience, if his endless pursuit of theories and proofs was his own way of carrying a weight he could not name. She wanted to tell him it did not feel heavy all the time, that sometimes it felt like light instead, filling her with warmth. But she only nodded, letting silence speak where words could not. That night her dream returned, vivid and alive. She stood once more in the meadow, the air shimmering with quiet radiance. The forest of light loomed ahead, its trees whispering in voices both ancient and kind. As she stepped forward, the presence returned, luminous and vast. This time it did not show her images, but invited her deeper, guiding her to a pool of water glowing softly in the center of the forest. The surface reflected not her face, but countless others, her family, her classmates, strangers she had passed in the street. All their reflections overlapped, merging and dissolving into one another, until finally they became a single light. Beth knelt beside the pool, her hand hovering above it. The presence whispered through her, not in words, but in a knowing that filled her chest. Everything is connected, everything belongs. She lowered her hand and touched the water. It rippled outward, and the light expanded, filling the forest, filling her. When she woke, she carried the echo of it inside her chest, pulsing like a heartbeat. The next day, she could not shake the feeling. At school, when her friend sat beside her looking distracted and heavy-eyed, Beth touched her hand lightly. "Are you okay?" she asked. The friend blinked, startled, then smiled faintly, as if someone had noticed something she had hoped to keep hidden. She nodded, but the gratitude in her eyes told Beth more than words could. It was a small exchange, but it lingered. Later, at home, her brother stormed into the living room, frustrated over something he would not name. He kicked at the rug and muttered beneath his breath. Normally, Beth would have retreated, letting him burn through his storm, but instead she stayed. She sat quietly on the couch, not speaking, not judging, just present. After a while, his anger softened into silence, and though he did not thank her, his shoulders eased. She knew her presence had steadied him, even if he never admitted it. Her mother noticed the changes too. One evening, while they washed dishes together, she said softly, "You're growing up so fast, Beth. There's a gentleness in you I don't always understand, but I'm grateful for it." Beth looked at her, wanting to explain, to share what she had seen in her dreams. But again, she found no words that could hold the weight of it. So she simply said, "I'm grateful too." The truth was that Beth herself did not always understand. Some days the connection felt like a gift, other days like a burden. She wondered if she would ever be able to explain it, or if it was meant to remain unspoken, a language only she and the dream understood. One night, as she lay in bed, she whispered into the darkness, "Am I alone in this?" The question lingered in the air, fragile and trembling, and though no voice answered, she felt the faintest hum in her chest, the meadow's eternal song reminding her, "You are never alone." She drifted into sleep with that hum as her lullaby. In the dream, the meadow stretched endlessly, and the stars above shone brighter than she had ever seen. They pulsed like lanterns, each carrying a heartbeat, each connected to the other. She realized then that her gift was not only for those near her, but for everyone, for the world itself. The presence was not hers alone, it belonged to all. She was only one thread in the vast tapestry, but every thread mattered. When she woke, at dawn, the light spilling across her room felt like an answer. She did not need to carry the whole world. She only needed to carry her part, and to do so with love. The day began quietly, as all days did, but Beth felt the shift within her. She moved through the hours, not as a girl lost between two worlds, but as one who belonged to both. She was not afraid of the weight anymore. The weight was proof that she was connected, that she mattered, that her gift was alive. And though she knew there would be days when the heaviness returned, she also knew the light was always waiting. Beneath it, steady as the heartbeat of the meadow, patient as the whispering forest. Beth smiled softly to herself. The journey was only beginning. The days that followed unfolded like pages in a book Beth could not put down. Each moment revealed some new detail, some hidden thread woven through her life. She began to sense that nothing was ever truly random. A bird landing on the window ledge during her breakfast felt like part of a pattern. The way the wind carried laughter across the schoolyard seemed to echo something she had felt in her dreams. Even the pauses in conversation, those quiet spaces no one noticed, carried meaning for her. It was as though she was learning to read a language written between the lines of ordinary life. One morning, her father asked her to join him in the garden. The sky was pale and soft, holding the promise of a clear day. He was kneeling by the flower beds, pulling away weeds with careful precision. Beth watched him for a while before crouching beside him. Together they worked in silence, the air filled with the earthy scent of soil. After a long pause, her father said, "There's something peaceful about tending to things that grow. It reminds you of patience, of cycles you can't control." Beth nodded, her small hands pulling gently at the roots. "It feels alive," she said softly. He glanced at her, surprised by the depth in her words, then smiled faintly. "Yes, alive." For a moment his eyes carried the same distant light she often saw in her dreams, as though he too had glimpsed something beyond. She wondered if perhaps her gift was not as lonely as she feared, that maybe others carried fragments of it in their own ways. At school, Beth began to notice how others leaned toward her without realizing it. Her classmates would share their worries with her, sometimes in hushed tones, sometimes in half-joking words that revealed more than they intended. She never tried to fix their troubles, she only listened, offering presence instead of solutions. Somehow, that was enough. They left her side lighter, as though her silence had given them permission to breathe again. One boy, who was often teased for his awkwardness, lingered near her desk one afternoon. "You don't laugh at me," he said, almost accusingly. Beth blinked. "Why would I? Everyone else does." His voice trembled between defiance and hurt. Beth tilted her head, seeing not the boy who stumbled over his words, but the quiet bravery it took for him to speak at all. "I don't see anything funny," she said simply. For a moment he stared at her, then turned away, muttering something she could not catch. But she noticed his shoulders lift just slightly, as if a hidden weight had been eased. That evening, when she recalled the moment, Beth felt warmth spread through her chest. Perhaps her dream gift was not only for her family, but for anyone who crossed her path. Her dreams grew stronger as well, each night carrying her deeper into the meadow. The forest of light now felt familiar, almost like home. Sometimes she wandered, its paths alone, listening to the trees hum in harmony. Other times the presence appeared, guiding her gently, showing her glimpses of lives unfolding far away. Strangers she did not know, yet somehow recognized in her heart. She saw a woman sitting beside a sick child, her face lined with exhaustion, but her hands steady with love. She saw an old man feeding birds in the morning sun, smiling, though no one was there to see. She saw a child crying in silence, unseen, until another child reached out a hand. Each vision filled her with both sorrow and wonder. The world was so vast, full of pain and beauty intertwined, yet every act of kindness shone like a spark. The bar's presence reminded her without words that no spark was ever wasted. Beth began writing in a small notebook she kept hidden beneath her pillow. She filled its pages not with stories, but with moments she noticed. Her mother humming under her breath as she folded laundry, her brother's quiet concentration when fixing a broken toy, the way sunlight spilled across the floor like liquid gold. They were simple things, yet to Beth they felt like treasures. Writing them down was her way of honoring them, as though the act itself kept the sparks alive. One evening, her mother found her at the table, scribbling intently. "Homework?" she asked, curious. Beth hesitated. "Not exactly," her mother leaned closer, reading a few lines. Her eyes softened, though she said nothing more. She kissed the top of Beth's head and returned to her chores. That silence was its own kind of blessing, allowing Beth to keep her secret world intact. The seasons began to shift. Leaves turned golden, drifting from the trees in spirals of color. The air carried a chill that hinted at winter's approach. Beth loved walking home through the crisp afternoons, her steps crunching against fallen leaves. One particular day, she paused beneath an oak tree, watching the branches sway against the fading sky. She felt the meadow's hum stir inside her, as though the tree itself were part of the same eternal song. She whispered aloud, "I see you." The words surprised her, but they felt right. A breeze rustled through the branches in response, scattering leaves around her feet. For a moment, she felt the world smile back. That night, her dream was different. The meadow was darker, shadowed, as though a storm lingered at its edges. The presence stood before her, not frightening, but solemn. It showed her an image of her brother sitting alone in his room, anger clenched tight in his fists. Then it showed her mother, weary and distant, her face pale with unspoken worry. The visions shifted quickly, each one revealing pain hidden beneath the surface of their ordinary days. Beth felt her chest tighten. "What can I do?" she whispered. Lee's presence only looked at her with luminous patience. It did not answer, but she understood. She could not take their struggles away, but she could be there, steady as the meadow itself, reminding them that they were not alone. When she woke, her eyes burned with unshed tears. She padded softly to her brother's room, pushing the door open just a crack. He sat on his bed, staring at the floor, unaware of her. Beth slipped inside and sat beside him without a word. At first he frowned, confused, but then he let out a long breath and leaned against her shoulder. Neither spoke, yet the silence between them became its own kind of healing. Later, she found her mother in the kitchen, pausing between tasks as though the weight of the day pressed too heavily on her. Beth wrapped her arms around her waist and held on. Her mother startled, then melted into the embrace, resting her cheek on Beth's hair. For a moment, the world felt whole again. That night, as Beth drifted into sleep, she whispered to herself, "This is my part." It did not feel small anymore. It felt true. The meadow welcomed her once more, brighter now, its forest alive with song. The presence shimmered beside her, no longer distant, but familiar, like an old friend. Beth walked forward, unafraid, carrying the light she had gathered in waking life. She knew the path ahead would not always be easy, but she no longer doubted her place upon it. She belonged to both worlds, and both worlds belonged to her. Beth woke before dawn, her room still wrapped in darkness. The air felt unusually still, as though the world itself was holding its breath. She lay quietly for a moment, listening. The silence pressed around her, not heavy, but waiting. Rising from her bed, she tiptoed to the window. Outside, the sky was a deep indigo, stars faint against the coming light. She pressed her forehead to the glass and felt the strange certainty that the day ahead would shift something within her. When the first sliver of sunrise broke across the horizon, she felt it ripple through her body. The meadow stirred inside, her, faint but insistent. It was not a dream this time, but a quiet pulse in her waking hours, reminding her that the two worlds were never truly separate. She dressed quickly, pulling on her shoes, and stepped outside into the cool air. The neighborhood was quiet. Only the occasional bird called out, announcing the morning. Beth walked slowly, her steps guided by instinct rather than direction. She passed houses still asleep, gardens wet with dew, and trees whispering softly in the breeze. Her path led her to the small park at the end of the street, where a wooden bench sat beneath a willow tree. She had been there many times before, but today it felt different, almost sacred. She sat and closed her eyes. The meadow rose around her in her mind, fields stretching endlessly, the luminous trees swaying in rhythm. But this time she sensed something else, a doorway opening deeper within. Her breath quickened, though fear did not touch her. She let herself drift, carried on the current of her gift. She found herself standing before a pool of water in the meadow. Its surface was still, yet glowing faintly, as if it held light from beneath. When she leaned closer, images rippled across it. She saw her own reflection, but it shifted quickly into that of her brother, then her mother, then her father. Their faces flickered one after another, each carrying shadows she had not noticed in the day. Then strangers appeared, faces she did not know but somehow recognized, each one holding sorrow or longing or quiet hope. The presence emerged beside her, silent as always, yet filled with gravity. Beth looked at it, her heart aching. "Why are you showing me this?" The presence turned toward the pool, its form shimmering like water touched by moonlight. Though it spoke no words, Beth felt its meaning settle into her heart. Every face mattered, every hidden ache was part of the same tapestry. She was not meant to erase their struggles, but to see them, to hold space for them, to let her presence become a thread of light in their darkness. Tears welled in her eyes. The task felt impossibly large. How could she, a small girl, carry something so vast? Yet as she wept, the pool shimmered again. The sorrowful faces shifted into moments of tenderness, a hand holding another, laughter, breaking through tears, kindness offered without expectation. Each spark of love lit the water brighter until the pool glowed like a star. Beth realized then that she was not alone in this work. Countless others in small ways were also threads of light. She only needed to add her own. When she opened her eyes, the park was bathed in golden morning light. Birds filled the air with song, and the willow branches swayed gently above her. Beth breathed deeply, steadying herself. She felt both fragile and strong, like glass holding fire. Rising from the bench, she walked home with a quiet determination. Her family was already gathered in the kitchen when she arrived. The smell of toast and tea filled the air. Her brother glanced at her, his eyes tired but softer than they had been the night before. Her mother moved slowly, her hands careful as she set plates on the table. Her father hummed faintly under his breath, though the melody carried a note of distraction. Beth slid into her seat. She looked at each of them, truly looked, and for the first time she understood how much they needed someone to see them fully. She reached for her brother's hand beneath the table, squeezing gently. He gave her a questioning look, but did not pull away. Then she smiled at her mother, who returned, it faintly, as if surprised by the warmth directed toward her. Her father caught Beth's gaze and held it for a moment, his eyes thoughtful. The silence stretched between them, but it no longer felt empty. It was full, alive with something unspoken. Later that day at school, Beth carried the same awareness with her. She noticed the girl who always sat alone at recess, tracing circles in the dirt with her shoe. She noticed the boy who laughed loudly to cover his nerves, his eyes darting around for approval. She noticed the teacher's sigh when she thought no one was listening, the weight of responsibility heavy on her shoulders. Everywhere Beth turned, the meadow's pool rippled inside her, showing her glimpses of the hidden layers beneath the ordinary. She began to act in small ways. She sat beside the lonely girl without asking, simply keeping her company until the girl smiled shyly. She laughed at the loud boy's jokes, not because they were funny, but because she wanted him to know he was heard. She left a flower on her teacher's desk, no note attached, just a quiet gesture of care. None of it seemed remarkable, but Beth felt the ripples spreading. She felt the meadow's hum grow stronger, resonating with every kindness. That night, her dreams carried her, deeper still. She walked the meadow's paths until she reached a clearing where the luminous trees formed a circle. In the center stood the pool again, brighter now, its light reaching toward the sky. The presence gestured for her to step closer. Beth hesitated, but then knelt at its edge. She placed her hand on the water, and in an instant the light surged through her, filling her chest until she thought she might burst. She saw flashes of lives intertwined, people she would never meet, moments she would never witness directly, yet all connected through the same current. She saw how one kindness led to another, like fire passed from candle to candle until whole constellations of light shone in the darkness. When she finally pulled her hand away, she was trembling. The presence touched her shoulder lightly, steadying
her. Though it never spoke, she heard its meaning as clearly as if it had. You are part of this.
You are never alone. Beth woke with tears on her cheeks, but they were not tears of sorrow. They were tears of belonging. For the first time, she truly believed she had a place in the vastness of it all. She carried that belief with her into the morning, into the faces of her family, into the corridors of her school, into the quiet spaces where no one thought to look. And though she was still a child, she walked with the quiet certainty of someone who had glimpsed eternity and returned, not with fear, but with light. The days that followed carried a rhythm both familiar and strange for Beth. Life around her continued in its ordinary patterns: school, meals, chores, conversations drifting in and out of meaning. But underneath it all, she felt the hum of something larger. It was as though the meadow had left a thread tied around her heart, pulling her gently forward, reminding her at every turn that she was connected to something beyond the visible. One evening, as the sun slipped low and painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Beth wandered into the garden behind her house. She sat on the damp grass and let the breeze carry the scents of earth and growing things. Fireflies blinked faintly in the shadows, their small lights echoing the glow she remembered from the pool in the meadow. She reached out her hand as if she could pluck their brightness from the air, and felt the presence again. Not fully visible this time, but near, like a warmth brushing against her skin. She whispered into the quiet, "Are you still with me?" For a moment, only silence answered. Then, in the stillness, the willow tree at the edge of the yard stirred more strongly than the others, its branches lifting as if acknowledging her. Beth's breath caught. She didn't need spoken words. The meadow had taught her that answers were not always sounds. Sometimes they were movements, patterns, shifts in the air that only her heart could hear. The next morning, her brother joined her as she tied her shoes by the door. "Going out again?" he asked, his tone caught between curiosity and caution. Beth nodded. "Just for a walk?" He frowned, then shrugged. "I'll come." They walked together down the familiar path toward the park. The silence between them was thicker than usual, but not heavy. Beth could sense something turning inside him, though he had not yet found words for it. When they reached the willow bench, she sat, and he leaned awkwardly against the tree. "You're different lately," he said finally. Beth looked at him, unsure of how much to reveal. "Different how?" "You notice things. You look at it. People like you know something the rest of us don't." Beth lowered her gaze to her hands. "I don't know everything," she said softly. "I just see more than I used to." Her brother studied her a moment longer, then sighed. "Sometimes
I think you're lucky to see things.
To feel like you're part of something bigger. I don't feel like I'm part of anything." His voice cracked faintly at the end, and Beth's chest ached at the sound. She reached for his hand, but he pulled it back quickly, pretending to adjust his jacket. Still she caught the flicker of his eyes, uncertain, afraid, but longing. She didn't press him, she only said, "You are part of it. Even if you don't see it yet." He shook his head, muttering, "Maybe," but Beth sensed the seed had been planted. The meadow had taught her patience. Seeds took time. At school that week, she continued her quiet acts of kindness. A word here, a smile there, a small gesture, unnoticed by most. Yet she saw the ripples. The girl who once sat alone now greeted her with shy waves. The boy whose laughter had been too loud now shared it more gently, easing into the company of others. The teacher who had sighed so heavily seemed lighter, as if the flower left on her desk had reminded her that she too was seen. None of it was dramatic, yet Beth knew each act mattered. Her dreams deepened at night. The meadow grew brighter, its colors sharper, its air alive with whispers. The pool in the clearing glowed steadily now, and each time she touched its surface, she felt the threads of connection weaving tighter around her. Faces appeared, some familiar, some strangers, but all carrying their quiet burdens and small joys. She realized that the meadow was not just a place, it was a mirror, showing her the truth that existed everywhere, hidden just beneath the surface. One night, however, the dream shifted. The meadow darkened, clouds gathering overhead. The
Luminous trees flickered, their light faltering like candles in the wind.
The pool rippled violently, its glow dimming. Fear gripped Beth as she looked around. The presence was there, but weaker, its form wavering as though struggling to hold itself together. "What's happening?" she cried, her voice trembling. The presence did not speak, but Beth felt its urgency like a drumbeat against her chest. The light was faltering, not only here, but everywhere. Too many threads were fraying, too much sorrow left unseen, too many kindnesses left undone. The meadow was not invincible. It depended on the balance carried by those connected to it. Beth's knees weakened, but she forced herself to stand. "What can I do?" The presence extended its shimmering hand toward her. When she placed hers, within it, A surge of images filled her mind, her family, her classmates, her neighbors, strangers in distant places. Each face carried both shadow and light, and she understood suddenly that her role was not only to see, but to act. Not grand gestures, but steady ones. Not solving everything, but refusing to let the light die in the places she could reach. She woke, gasping, her pillow damp with sweat, her heart pounding wildly. The darkness of her room pressed in, but she did not feel alone. She lay there, repeating silently, "I won't let it fade. I won't." The following days demanded more from
her. She noticed her brother withdrawing further, the lines on her mother's face deepening, the distracted edge in her father's eyes sharpening. At school, a fight broke out between two boys, their anger spilling like wildfire. Beth's chest
ached with the weight of it all. Yet instead of shrinking, she leaned closer. She sat with her brother even when he stayed silent. She offered to help her mother with chores without being asked. She hugged her father good night and whispered she loved him even when he seemed distant. At school, she intervened gently in the fight, her calm voice surprising the boys enough to pause. None of it solved everything. Her brother still wrestled with his shadows. Her mother still moved slowly with exhaustion. Her father still drifted in thought. The boys still carried their anger. But in each moment, Beth sensed the meadow's light flicker steadier, as though every small act was another spark keeping the darkness at bay. That night, when she returned in dreams to the meadow, the clouds had thinned. The trees glowed more brightly, and the pool's light steadied. The presence stood taller again, its form clear. Beth ran to it, relief flooding her chest. She understood then that the meadow was not a fixed paradise. It was alive, reflecting the state of the world.
Vulnerable to neglect, but strengthened by love. She knelt by the pool and whispered, "I'll keep going."
Even when it's hard, even when it feels too much. The presence rested its hand on her shoulder, and warmth spread through her, deeper than any words could ever reach. She knew she was only at the beginning of a long journey, but she also
knew she would not walk it alone. When she awoke the next morning, the sky outside her window was clear, the light soft but resolute.
Beth rose with it, ready to face the day, carrying within her the steady hum of the meadow, the reminder that even the smallest spark could hold back the dark. The morning began with an unusual stillness, a kind of quiet that wrapped around the house like a heavy blanket. Beth woke early before the sun had fully risen and lay staring at the pale ceiling above her. The dreams of the meadow lingered faintly in her mind, their colors softer now, less urgent than the storm she had witnessed before. Yet she carried the memory of that warning, the reminder that the light was fragile, that every choice mattered. She pushed the blanket aside and slipped to the window, opening it to breathe in the crisp air of dawn. The scent of dew and faint wood smoke touched her senses, grounding her. Somewhere far off, a bird called, its notes trembling but steady. Beth felt something stir inside her, a resolve that had grown stronger each day. She could not live as though her discoveries belonged only to her dreams. They demanded more than silence. They demanded presence, action, and courage. As she prepared for the day, she sensed the threads of connection waiting, stretched invisibly between her and others, tugging faintly as though asking her to notice. At breakfast, her families sat quietly, each in their own thoughts. Her brother pushed his cereal around the bowl without eating. Her mother rubbed her temple as though fighting a headache, and her father scrolled absently through his phone, his coffee cooling untouched. The air between them felt heavy, a silence laced with distance. Beth swallowed her bite of toast and looked at each of them, her heart tightening. The meadow's whispers returned in her memory. Every small act matters. She reached across the table, picking up her brother's spoon and handing it back to him with a soft smile. "Eat a little. You'll feel better." He frowned at her, at first suspicious of her sudden insistence, but then he met her gaze. Something in her expression must have reached him, because he sighed and finally took a bite. Their mother glanced up briefly, surprised, and then set her hand down, as though reminded she wasn't as alone as she felt. Even her father paused, setting the phone aside for a moment to sip his coffee. Beth's chest warmed. It wasn't a miracle, but it was movement, a shift in the stillness, a thread pulled gently back into place. At school, she carried that same quiet determination.
With her?
The hallways buzzed with noise and hurried footsteps, but Beth moved through them differently now. She saw beyond the rush, noticing the tightness in someone's jaw, the way another hugged their books too closely, the shadows that clung beneath, tired eyes. Each detail was a message, each a reminder of unseen weight. She stopped when she noticed a girl by her locker, fighting tears as she stuffed papers into her bag. Without hesitating, Beth walked closer. "Do you want help?" she
asked softly. The girl blinked, startled, and shook her head quickly, but her trembling hands betrayed her.
Beth crouched and picked up the fallen papers anyway, handing them back carefully. "You don't have to say anything," Beth whispered. "But you don't have to carry it alone either." The girl stared at her for a long moment, then nodded, faintly. No words passed between them after that, but Beth felt the shift. The meadow had taught her that even silence could be a gift if offered with care. That night, when sleep took her, she returned to the meadow. The air was clearer, the pool glowing more steadily than it had during the storm, but Beth sensed the balance remained delicate. She walked slowly through the grass, letting her fingertips brush the luminous petals that glowed faintly as she passed. The presence appeared near the clearing, taller now, steadier, though its form still shimmered as if made of woven threads. Beth stepped closer.
"I've tried," she whispered. "I'm noticing I'm helping when I can, but sometimes it feels so small, like drops of water in a river that never ends." The presence tilted its head, and though it spoke no words, Beth felt a warmth
fill her chest. Images filled her mind again of ripples spreading across water, of seeds growing into trees, of candles lit in darkness one after another until the shadows faded. She understood. Small did not mean weak. Small was how everything began. She touched the pool's surface, and the water rippled outward. Faces appeared again, not only her family and classmates, but strangers she didn't know. Some were laughing, some crying, some walking through lonely streets. Each ripple seemed to brush against them, faint but real. She withdrew her hand, heart racing with awe and responsibility. When she woke, the memory clung to her like dew on grass. She rose, determined, carrying the meadow's lesson through the day. Her brother grew more restless as the week passed. She caught him staring at nothing, his brow furrowed, his mouth tight, as though holding back words he couldn't release. One evening, she found him sitting on the back steps, head in his hands. Beth sat beside him quietly, giving him space. Minutes passed before he finally spoke. "Do you ever feel like you're supposed to be someone else?" he asked. Beth's breath caught. "What do you mean?" "Like everyone expects you to fit into a shape that doesn't feel right. And no matter what you do, You keep failing at being who they think you should be." Her heart ached at the rawness in his voice. She thought of the meadow, of the threads woven together, not because they were the same, but because their differences created strength. She turned to him. "You don't have to be someone else. You only have to be yourself. And that's enough." He shook his head, tears glinting in his eyes. "What if it's not?" Beth reached for his hand and held it firmly. "It is," she said, with quiet certainty. "I've seen it. You don't see yourself clearly yet, but I do. And I'll keep reminding you until you believe it." Her brother looked at her, trembling, and for the first time in weeks he let her hold his hand without pulling away. That small surrender felt
monumental. That night, Beth dreamed of the meadow again, but this time her brother appeared beside her in the clearing.
His form was dim, shadowed, but present. The presence looked at them both and extended its hand toward him. Beth held her breath, watching. Her brother hesitated, fear flickering in his eyes, but then he stepped forward and placed his hand within. The light. The meadow brightened instantly, the pool glowing stronger, the air ringing with harmony. Beth gasped, tears streaming down her face. When she woke, she carried that vision with her like a lantern. Her brother might not yet believe in the light, but the meadow had shown her what was possible. His connection was waiting, fragile but real. She would walk beside him until he could see it for himself. The following days were filled with new challenges, arguments at school, her father's growing silence, her mother's weariness pressing harder. But Beth faced them differently now. She understood that her task was not to erase difficulties, but to meet them with light, one spark at a time. She listened when others spoke. She reached out when others withdrew. She offered presence where emptiness lingered. Each act, no matter how small, echoed with the meadow's truth. And always, at the end of the day, when she closed her eyes, the meadow awaited her. Sometimes bright, sometimes dim, but always alive, reflecting the choices she made, the love she carried, the courage she shared. Beth no longer feared the weight of her journey. She knew it would be long, sometimes lonely, often difficult. But she also knew she was never truly alone. The presence was with her, her brother's thread beginning to weave into the light, and countless others connected by unseen ripples. As dawn broke once more, Beth rose and whispered into the quiet morning, "I will keep going." The words were small but steady, and the light within her answered, rising with the sun. Beth awoke to a restless hum in the air, as though the world itself had shifted slightly while she slept. She turned on her side, staring at the pale light, filtering through her curtains. For a moment she wondered if it was only her imagination, but the unease lingered, settling into her chest like a weight. She sat up, pressing her hands to her knees, and took a slow breath. The meadow had been absent from her dreams that night, and the emptiness of that silence disturbed her more than any storm had. It was as if the connection had dimmed, or was waiting for something from her she had not yet given. At breakfast, her family's silence was heavier than usual. Her father muttered a few words about work, distracted and hurried. Her mother barely touched her tea, lost in her own thoughts. Her brother sat stiffly, pushing his toast around his plate without eating, his eyes shadowed. Beth watched them, her heart tightening. She longed to bridge the spaces between them, but the right words caught in her throat. Instead, she quietly gathered the plates, moving gently among them, offering what presence she could. Sometimes words were not the bridge, sometimes it was simply being there. On her way to school, the streets felt strangely subdued. The wind tugged at her hair, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the faint sound of traffic. She passed familiar houses and faces, but she noticed something new. An invisible heaviness hanging over people. A woman walking her dog kept glancing behind her as though chased by an unseen shadow. A man waiting at the bus stop rubbed his hands together anxiously, staring at the ground. Even the children running ahead to class seemed quieter, their laughter thinner, as if muted. Beth felt her pulse quicken. She thought of the meadow, of the storm she had seen, and wondered if this was the echo of that warning. The balance between light and shadow was not confined to her dreams. It was spilling outward, threads tugging at every corner of her world. At school the weight persisted. She overheard whispered arguments, saw friends avoiding each other's eyes, and felt the tension hanging thick in classrooms. When her teacher snapped sharply at a student for a small mistake, Beth flinched. It was not the reprimand itself, but the sharpness of it, like a crack in fragile glass. During lunch, she sat beneath a tree at the edge of the yard, trying to steady herself. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, reaching inward for the sense of connection she had come to rely on. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, faintly, like the softest thread, she felt it, the presence of the meadow lingering within.
Her. It was distant, muted, but still there. She held on to it, imagining the glowing pool, the luminous petals, the shimmering presence that had guided her. The warmth spread faintly through her chest, a reminder that the light had not abandoned her. She opened her eyes to find someone watching her.
It was the girl she had helped days before, the one who had been fighting back tears at her locker. The girl stood hesitantly, holding her lunch tray, eyes uncertain. Beth smiled softly and patted the ground beside her. The girl sat down slowly, and they ate in silence at first. Then after a while the girl spoke. "You're different," she said quietly. Beth tilted her head. "Different how?" "You notice things, people. Most just walk past." The girl looked down, fiddling with her sandwich. "It helps." Beth's heart warmed at the words. She nodded gently. "Sometimes that's all we can do. Notice. Be there." The girl glanced at her, something like gratitude flickering in her eyes. No more words were needed. They ate together until the bell rang, and Beth carried the small moment with her like a fragile flame cupped in her hands. That night, she lay awake long after the house had grown quiet. Her brother's door was closed, but she sensed his restlessness seeping through the walls. She wanted to comfort him, to share the vision she had seen in the meadow where his hand touched the light, but she knew he wasn't ready. Instead, she whispered into the silence, words only the night could hear. "You are not alone." Eventually, sleep claimed her, and she found herself back in the meadow. Relief washed over her as the familiar glow surrounded her once more. But the meadow was not as she remembered. The grass was bent, as though pressed by unseen weight. The luminous petals dimmed, their light flickering like dying stars. The pool still glowed, but its surface trembled, disturbed by ripples that came from no touch. The presence appeared, but its form wavered, threads unraveling slightly at the edges. Beth's heart clenched at the sight. She stepped forward quickly. "What's happening?" she whispered. "Why is everything weaker?" The presence did not speak, but images filled her mind. She saw countless faces, her classmates, neighbors, strangers in the city, all carrying burdens, anger, fear, loneliness. Each emotion tugged at the threads of light, dimming them. The meadow reflected not only her, but the world itself, and the shadows growing in hearts everywhere strained its balance. Beth fell to her knees beside the pool, touching its trembling surface. "Tell me what to do," she pleaded. "I can't carry this alone." This time, instead of showing her ripples of light, the presence revealed something different. It showed her many people standing in circles, hands linked, light passing between them. Each person carried only a small flame, but together they created a blaze that outshone the shadows. Beth understood instantly. This was not her burden alone. The threads were woven through everyone, waiting to be awakened. She rose, heart pounding with new clarity. "I'll try," she whispered. "I'll help them see." The presence brightened slightly, steadier now, as if strengthened by her resolve. Though the meadow remained fragile, Beth felt a surge of hope. She woke with those images imprinted in her mind, her resolve firmer than ever. The next day, she began small. She smiled at strangers, even when they didn't return it. She listened when someone complained instead of brushing it off. She shared her notes with classmates who had fallen behind, encouraged her brother when he muttered doubts under his breath, and lingered to help her mother with chores without being asked. Each act seemed ordinary, but she carried them out with intention, imagining threads of light connecting them all. One evening, her father returned home looking more exhausted than usual, shoulders slumped. He barely greeted anyone, heading straight for his chair. Beth hesitated, then walked to him, placing a glass of water in his hand. "You work hard," she said softly. "I see it. Thank you." Her father looked up at her, startled, as though no one had said such words to him in a long time. His eyes softened just for a moment before he nodded and drank the water. Beth turned away quietly, her chest warm with the sense that another thread had been pulled gently back into place. That night, her dreams carried her once more to the meadow. It was still fragile, but the petals glowed a little brighter, the pool steadier than before. The presence stood taller, its threads holding together more firmly. Beth felt tears sting her eyes. Every act mattered. Every choice, no matter how small, was part of the balance. She looked out across the meadow, imagining what it could become if others joined her. The thought filled her with a fierce, steady determination. She was only one thread, but she would not stop. She would weave light wherever she could, trusting that others, too, would find their way to the circle. When she woke at dawn, she whispered to the rising sun, "I'm ready." And the world, though still heavy with shadow, seemed to answer her with a faint but undeniable glow. Beth felt the rhythm of her days shift subtly, as though each action now carried a hidden current. The world around her remained the same, streets crowded with hurried footsteps, classrooms buzzing with tired voices, evenings spent in the hushed company of her family. But beneath it all, she sensed the threads, sometimes faint, sometimes strong. They pulsed quietly like veins of light beneath the surface of ordinary life. She had begun to notice how easily they frayed when ignored and how gently they glowed when acknowledged. It was as though the meadow lived not only in her dreams, but within every gesture she offered, every word she chose. Her brother was the first she noticed responding. He still carried a heaviness, still walked with the weight of questions he never spoke aloud, but she saw it, the faint way his shoulders lifted when she lingered to laugh at one of his jokes, the way his gaze softened when she passed him the last piece of bread without being asked. He did not thank her outright, but he stayed longer at the table instead of retreating quickly to his room. For Beth, that was enough. At school, she tried again with the girl she had sat beside beneath the tree. They spoke more often now, though words remained scarce. Their conversations were fragmented, like pieces of broken glass carefully gathered, but there was something steady in their silences too. Sometimes they simply shared space, exchanging nothing more than a glance of understanding. Beth realized that it was not grand speeches that healed people, but the quiet knowing that someone was there, present and unafraid of the shadows. But not everyone responded so easily. One afternoon she overheard two classmates arguing, voices sharp and bitter. For a moment she hesitated, her chest tightening. She wanted to step forward, to remind them gently that they were both more than their anger. But her throat closed. She felt the weight of her own smallness, the impossibility of holding together so many unraveling threads. Instead, she stayed silent, shame burning through her. That night in the meadow, she saw the pool shudder violently, its surface breaking into dark swirls. The presence did not scold her, but its silence was enough. She understood. Even her hesitations carried weight. The next morning, she resolved to be braver. She began simply with the smallest of steps. When she saw someone drop their books, she knelt to help. When she noticed a student sitting alone at lunch, she sat beside them without question. Some met her gestures with confusion, even suspicion, but others softened. She began to see small sparks like faint glimmers of light weaving themselves back into the threads. Still, the unease in the air did not vanish. The storm she had glimpsed in the meadow lingered at the edges of her vision. More than once she caught herself staring at the sky, half expecting dark clouds to gather above her. The shadows were not gone, they were watching, waiting. But Beth also knew that fear alone gave them power. She reminded herself that each spark mattered, even if the whole sky remained heavy. One evening, she found her mother sitting alone in the kitchen long after the dishes had been cleared. The light above cast a pale glow over her tired face. Beth entered quietly, pouring 2 cups of tea. She placed one in front of her mother and sat across from her. For a while they drank in silence, the clink of the cups the only sound between them. Then her mother sighed, her voice low and weary. "Sometimes I wonder if all this effort is worth it." Beth's heart ached at the words. She wanted to protest, to assure her mother of her worth, but she remembered what the presence had shown her. Circles of people, light flowing between them, no single flame burning alone. She reached across the table and placed her hand over her mother's. "You are not alone," she whispered, the same words she had spoken into the silence of her brother's room. Her mother blinked, eyes glistening, and for a moment Beth thought she might cry. But instead her mother squeezed her hand gently, holding on as though the simple touch anchored her. That was enough. Later that night, the meadow greeted Beth with a calmer air. The petals glowed faintly brighter, the pool steadier, though still marked by shadows. The presence appeared, its form more defined, as though the light around it had strengthened. Beth understood that every small act had reached here, had stitched a little of the fabric back together. Yet she also sensed that the storm had not vanished. It loomed, patient and unyielding, waiting for its chance to return. In the following days, Beth began to notice others shifting too. Her father, though still stern and tired, paused once to ask her about her school day, listening without distraction. The girl beneath the tree began to smile more easily, her laughter returning in shy bursts. Even the classmates who had argued seemed less sharp, though Beth wasn't certain if it was her influence or something else at work. The threads were fragile, but they were moving. But just as hope began to grow, something darker stirred. One afternoon, as Beth walked home, she passed a group of boys jeering cruelly at another student. The victim stood stiff and silent, face pale, eyes downcast. Beth froze, torn between fear and the memory of the meadow's trembling pool. She wanted to step forward, to shield him, but her courage faltered under the weight of their mocking laughter. For a heartbeat, she nearly turned away. Then she remembered the circle of lights, remembered that each flame mattered no matter how small. She stepped closer, voice steady though her heart thundered. "Leave him alone." The boys turned, surprised. One sneered, ready to mock her too, but something in her gaze held them back. They muttered, shoved each other, and finally walked off, their laughter fading into the distance. Beth approached the boy, offering him a hand. He hesitated, then took it, his grip trembling. She smiled softly. "You're not alone." That night, the meadow shone brighter than she had seen in many nights. The pool's ripples smoothed, the petals lifted, their glow steady. The presence radiated with strength, its threads weaving more tightly together. Beth felt tears of relief spill down her cheeks. She understood now. Courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward despite it. In the days that followed, Beth carried the memory of that moment with her. She noticed how even strangers seemed to change when she offered them simple kindness. A shopkeeper smiled more warmly, a neighbor waved instead of hurrying past. Her brother lingered longer in her doorway before closing it at night. The world was not fixed, not free of shadows, but it breathed differently now, lighter in small, fleeting ways. Still the storm lingered. In the meadow it grew nearer, black clouds swirling on the horizon, their edges crackling with dark energy. The present stood taller, brighter, but even its light trembled under the looming weight. Beth knew the time was coming when small gestures would not be enough. The storm would demand something greater, a courage beyond what she had yet found. But she also knew she was not alone. The circle was forming, faint but real, threads weaving quietly all around her. One night she stood at her window, watching the stars burn faintly above. She placed her hand against the glass, whispering into the quiet, "I'm ready when the time comes." The words trembled, but they carried truth. She did not know how strong she would need to be, or how dark the storm would grow, but she trusted the light within her, and the countless small flames waiting to rise, and though the night remained heavy, she thought she saw, just for a moment, one star flicker brighter, as though answering her. Beth awoke before dawn, her heart unsettled. The house was quiet, the world outside wrapped in silence, but she felt the storm stirring, as though its shadow had seeped into her dreams and refused to let go. She rose quietly, careful not to wake her family, and stood by the window. The horizon was still dark, but faint streaks of grey hinted at the morning to come. For a moment, she pressed her palm to the cold glass and whispered to herself, reminding her soul of the promise she had made. She would not turn away. School that day felt different. Conversations buzzed louder, laughter rang with edges that didn't sound right, and a subtle tension clung to every hallway. Beth could feel the threads vibrating around her, strained and uneasy. It was as if everyone carried a piece of the storm within them, and no one quite knew how to set it down. She moved through the corridors quietly, observing more than she spoke, her senses stretched thin as she searched for where she might be needed. She noticed her brother across the yard at lunch. He stood with a few boys trying to blend in, but Beth saw how his smile faltered too quickly, how his shoulders slumped when he thought no one was looking. She felt an ache for him. His loneliness was so clear, even when he tried to bury it beneath jokes and nods. She wanted to cross the distance, to remind him again that he was not alone, but something held her back. She could not save him with words alone. He had to choose to believe it, to let the threads find him. And so she simply met his eyes across the yard and held his gaze. For a heartbeat, he looked startled, but then he gave her the smallest nod, as though he had felt the steadiness she offered. Later, Beth found herself near the library where the girl beneath the tree often retreated. Sure enough, she was there, sitting on the steps with a notebook in her lap. Beth sat beside her without asking. They exchanged only a glance, but the girl didn't close the book or move away. They shared the space in silence, and though Beth said nothing, she sensed the threads glowing faintly between them, fragile but undeniable. That night, the meadow was alive with a strange energy. The flowers glowed brighter than usual, their petals shimmering with intensity, but the sky above was dark, thick with swirling clouds. The pool pulsed with light and shadow colliding, its surface trembling, as though caught between breaking and holding. The presence appeared, brighter and heavier at once, its form woven from countless strands of golden light. Beth felt her breath catch as she saw how the threads stretched beyond the meadow, weaving into the darkness, pulling, holding, fighting. "You feel it too," Beth whispered. Her voice shook, though not with fear, but with the weight of knowing. The presence inclined its head, threads rippling outward. She saw glimpses in the pool again, faces flickering in and out, each carrying sparks of light. Her brother, her mother, the boys she had helped against the bullies, even strangers she barely remembered speaking to, all of them glowed faintly, their lights forming the beginnings of a circle. But she also saw faces shrouded in shadow, eyes darkened, voices twisted by anger, fear, or despair. The storm pulled at them, feeding on their loneliness, weaving its
own dark threads through their lives. Beth's chest tightened. "What if it's not enough?" she asked, the words tumbling from her lips before she could stop them. "What if all these small sparks can't stand against what's coming?"
The presence did not answer in words, but the threads tightened around her, wrapping her in a warmth that steadied her shaking hands. She understood. The meadow was not promising victory, only reminding her that every flame mattered. The storm was vast, yes, but so too was the light, if only enough chose to tend it. The following day, Beth carried the meadow's weight more firmly on her shoulders. She walked into school not as someone small and uncertain, but as someone carrying a quiet fire. Her steps were steady, her gaze unflinching. She saw people notice. Classmates who normally passed without a glance looked twice, some even offering faint smiles. It wasn't much, but it was a beginning. By afternoon, the storm revealed itself more plainly. An announcement came over the speakers. A beloved teacher was leaving suddenly due to illness, the hallways filled with murmurs, fear, and sadness spreading quickly. Beth felt the threads quiver as despair rippled through the building. Students slumped in their chairs, teachers moved more heavily, conversations lost their warmth. It was as if a shadow had swept through every corner. Beth sat in class, her fingers clenched against the desk. She felt the storm tugging at her too, whispering that nothing she did mattered, that the world would always unravel faster than she could stitch it. Her chest tightened until she could barely breathe. For a moment she wanted to surrender, to let the weight consume her. But then she remembered her mother's hand in the kitchen, her brother's nod in the yard, the boy's trembling grip when she told him he wasn't alone. She remembered the flicker of stars outside her window, answering her whispered vow. She forced herself to breathe slowly, each breath reminding her of the threads. And then she stood. Her classmates turned, surprised, as Beth raised her voice. "We don't have to let this break us," she said, trembling but steady. "We can carry the light she gave us together. That's how she stays with us." The room fell silent. For a moment, Beth feared she had said too much, but then one student nodded, another whispered agreement. Soon a quiet hum of voices spread, softer but steadier than the earlier despair. They spoke of memories, of gratitude, of small ways they could honor the teacher's presence even in her absence. The storm's grip loosened, faintly, but enough for Beth to feel it. That night, the meadow reflected the shift. The storm cloud still loomed, vast and dark, but threads of light stretched further across the horizon, holding the shadows at bay. The pool glowed brighter, the petals lifted higher, and the presence's form pulsed with renewed strength. Beth knelt at the water's edge, her tears falling freely. "I see it now," she whispered. "The circle is real. The light is stronger when we choose it together." The presence extended a thread of light toward her, brushing against her hand. It was neither promise nor command, but a reminder. She was part of something vast, something fragile yet powerful, something worth carrying no matter how heavy it grew. Beth returned from the meadow that night with her chest still aching, but her spirit steadier. She knew the storm would not stop. It would test them again and again, tearing at every thread it could reach. But she also knew that courage was not about banishing fear, but about stepping forward despite it. And she would keep stepping again and again, because every spark mattered. As she lay in bed, eyes heavy, she thought of the countless faces she had seen in the pool, her family, her classmates, even strangers she barely knew. Each thread, each flicker of light belonged to the circle. She whispered softly into the darkness, words carried on the fragile breath between waking and sleep. "We are not alone." The night seemed to hold its breath, and for a moment Beth thought she felt the world answer, a faint pulse of light moving, unseen through the threads around her. Beth woke to a soft drizzle against her window, the rhythm of the rain mingling with the lingering echo of dreams she couldn't quite remember. She sat up slowly, the heaviness of the past days still pressing
on her shoulders.
Yet beneath that weight pulsed a steadiness, a small flame she had carried back from the meadow. She touched her chest absent-mindedly, as though to reassure herself it was still there. The storm hadn't broken, but she was beginning to believe the light could endure. At breakfast, her mother moved quietly through the kitchen. There was no forced smile today, no attempt to pretend the shadows weren't real. Beth thought of how brave that was. Strength didn't always mean looking unshaken. Sometimes it was in the honesty of showing the cracks. Her brother slouched in his chair, staring at his cereal, but Beth noticed the faintest trace of color in his cheeks when she sat beside him. She nudged him gently with her elbow, and he gave her a sideways glance, half annoyed, but softened by something he didn't put into words. It was enough. The walk to school was filled with puddles reflecting the grey sky. Beth watched her footsteps ripple across the water, thinking of the threads that rippled unseen through the world. Each step she took disturbed the surface, but perhaps it also wove into something larger beneath. She wondered how many others were walking with that same awareness, carrying sparks they might not even recognize. Inside the school, the mood was subdued. The news of the teacher's departure had left an emptiness that clung to every hallway. But instead of despair, Beth sensed a quiet determination threading itself into conversations. Students whispered stories about her, laughed softly at memories, and teachers seemed to move with a gentler patience. The storm had struck, but it hadn't hollowed them out completely. Something was holding. In the library, Beth found the girl, with the notebook again. She sat in her usual place, but today her shoulders were less hunched, her movements less guarded. Beth sat beside her, and after a moment, the girl turned her notebook slightly, letting Beth glimpse the page. A sketch of the meadow stared back. Wildflowers, a pool of light, and a figure that looked uncannily like Beth herself. Beth's breath caught, and she looked at the girl, who quickly shut the book, her cheeks flushing. But the connection between them pulsed bright, undeniable. The meadow was weaving even through the hands of others. At lunch, Beth passed by her brother again. This time he was laughing, genuine, unguarded laughter at something one of the boys said. It startled her in the best way. His eyes caught hers for only a moment, but she saw the thread glowing faintly between them. He was still fragile, still searching, but he was reaching toward the light instead of away from it. That was all the meadow needed, a choice, however small. That evening, Beth lingered by her window before going to the meadow. The rain had stopped, and the clouds broke apart to reveal faint stars. She remembered the first time she had whispered into the night, and thought of how impossible it had seemed that the stars might answer. Yet here she was, living in the proof that even whispers could be caught by something vast. She let herself smile, then closed her eyes and stepped into the meadow. The meadow was alive with motion. The flowers swayed as though stirred by invisible currents, the pool shimmered with restless energy, and the presence glowed brighter than Beth had ever
seen it.
Threads stretched in every direction, crossing and weaving until the air itself seemed made of light. But beyond the edges the storm roared, thick with shadow pressing closer. The two forces strained against each other, light and darkness locked.
In a struggle that never truly ended, Beth knelt by the pool, her heart pounding.
Images flickered across its surface, her classmates gathering in the hallway to share memories, her brother laughing with his friends, the girl sketching the meadow with trembling hands. She saw her mother at the kitchen table, staring into her, tea with quiet determination, and the boy she had once defended, walking alone, but holding his head higher than before. Each spark shone faintly, fragile but defiant. The storm clawed at them, but the threads of light held. "You're showing me what I already know," Beth whispered to the presence, "that none of this is mine alone, that we're all carrying pieces of the circle." The presence pulsed, threads brushing against her skin like a soft wind. Beth felt its affirmation not in words, but in warmth. She understood now that the meadow was not a place of escape, but a mirror, a reminder of what was already moving in the world beyond. Her role was not to lead or command, but to keep stepping into the circle again and again, and to call others into it by her presence. Still, she could not ignore the shadows swirling at the edges of the pool. She saw faces there too, students she knew who had grown quieter, neighbors burdened by grief, strangers who walked through life with eyes dulled by despair. Their threads were frayed, barely holding, and the storm was pulling hard. Beth reached toward the pool instinctively, as though she could tug them back, but the surface rippled and resisted. Her hands trembled. "How do I reach them?" she whispered. "How do I remind them they belong to the circle too?" The presence did not answer directly.
Instead, the threads lifted around her, weaving a shape in the air, a circle of many lights, incomplete, yet unbroken. Beth's chest ached with both longing and understanding. She couldn't pull anyone into the circle by force. She could only
keep her own thread steady, shining, and offer her hand when others reached. The rest was their choice. When she returned home, Beth felt both steadier and heavier. The storm was vast, and its shadows pressed at every corner of her awareness, but she had seen how even the faintest light could ripple outward. She carried that truth like a flame cupped between her hands. That night, before sleep, she whispered again, "For those who can't see the circle yet, hold them. Let them feel the thread, even if it's faint." Her words hung in the air, and for a moment the silence deepened. Then she felt it, the faintest pulse of warmth threading through the darkness, as though the world itself had leaned closer to listen. She closed her eyes, holding on to that warmth until sleep carried her away. Dreams came, strange and vivid. She saw herself walking through endless hallways filled with closed doors. Behind each door, she sensed lives unfolding: joy, sorrow, laughter, silence. Some doors glowed faintly with light seeping through their cracks, while others were sealed, tight with shadows pressing outward. Beth moved through the halls with a lantern in her hand, touching each door as she passed. Some opened to let the light spill through, others remained shut. She didn't force them. She simply kept walking, lantern lifted, trusting that even closed doors could feel the glow. When she woke, the dream lingered. She understood it as clearly as if the meadow itself had spoken. Her task was not to break through, but to walk faithfully, carrying the flame where it was needed, offering it freely. The circle would grow not through force, but through the quiet, steady weaving of lives into one another. Beth rose from her bed with renewed clarity. The storm was still out there, vast and unrelenting, but she no longer measured herself against its size. She measured herself against the circle, against the countless threads of light that refused to vanish. And in that measure, she knew the storm could never truly win. The morning dawned with a pale gold light breaking through the remnants of rain clouds, painting the horizon in muted hues of hope. Beth stood at her window longer than usual, watching the world slowly stir. Every droplet clinging to the glass seemed like a tiny star, holding its own reflection of the light. She thought of the circle again, of how even the smallest sparks mattered. Today felt heavier than others, though. There was a sense in her chest that something was shifting, something that would demand more from her than she had given so far. She moved through her morning routine quietly, her mother humming faintly in the kitchen, her brother sitting silently at the table, but with a spark of alertness in his eyes. Beth noticed the change in him, subtle, fragile, but real. He wasn't slouched in despair, he was watching the world again. She felt a thread stretch between them, stronger than it had been in days, and for a moment she allowed herself to breathe easier. The walk to school was filled with damp earth and the soft smell of rain lingering on the leaves. She found herself glancing at every passerby, wondering what threads they carried, what storms they were weathering. It was almost overwhelming, sensing the sheer weight of unseen battles around her, but she reminded herself of the meadow's truth. She was not asked to carry all of it, only to keep her flame steady and extend it when possible. That was enough, and school, the hallways buzzed differently. Students spoke in quieter voices, but there was a current beneath it, a kind of resilience forming in the wake of loss. Beth overheard small conversations, plans for projects, shared laughter over memories.
Fragments of encouragement. It was fragile, but it was resistance.
She passed the girl with the notebook again, who looked up this time and offered Beth a fleeting smile before lowering her eyes. It wasn't much, but it was more than yesterday, and Beth tucked the moment into her heart like a secret gift. During class, Beth's mind wandered. The teacher's words faded into background noise as her thoughts turned to the meadow, to the dream of doors and lanterns. She imagined herself holding that lantern now, walking among her classmates, touching, invisible, doors with the faint glow she carried. It made her wonder what small act might be a lantern for someone else today. A word? A smile? Simply sitting beside them in silence? Perhaps it wasn't about grand gestures, but about being present, consistently, until the door cracked open on its own. After school, she lingered by the old oak tree in the courtyard. A few students gathered nearby, their laughter threading through the cool air. Her brother approached slowly, his steps hesitant, and stood beside her without speaking. They watched the group together for a while until finally he broke the silence. "It's strange," he murmured, "how you can feel like everything is falling apart, and then you see people laughing, and it makes you wonder if maybe it's not the end after all." Beth turned to him, surprised at the openness in his words. "It isn't the end," she said softly. "It never is, even when it feels like it." He looked at her with a mixture of doubt and hope, and though he didn't answer, his silence was not rejection. It was the silence of someone holding her, words and weighing them carefully. That was enough for now. When evening fell, Beth found herself restless. The house felt too small, the storm pressing too close. She slipped outside and walked toward the meadow, her steps quickening with urgency. She needed to see the threads, to remind herself of the larger circle that held them all. The path was damp, her shoes sinking into the softened earth, but the familiar pull guided her until the meadow opened before her. The sight took her breath away. The meadow was alive with threads weaving in and out like ribbons of starlight, brighter than she had ever seen them. They stretched upward into the night sky, merging with constellations as though the stars themselves were part of the circle. The pool shimmered with restless energy, reflecting both the light and the storm pressing hard against the edges. Beth stepped closer, her heart pounding. The presence stirred, stronger tonight, its warmth washing over her in waves. She knelt by the pool, watching images ripple across the surface. Her brother's hesitant gaze, her mother's weary determination, her classmates' fragile laughter, all of it flickered there. But then the pool shifted, showing shadows that weighed heavier. A boy she had never spoken to, sitting alone in a darkened room, his head buried in his hands. A girl in another part of town, walking through streets with eyes glazed over by despair, faces she didn't know, threads frayed and dim. Beth's chest ached. "There are too many," she whispered, tears pricking her eyes. "How can I ever reach them all? How can any of us?" The presence responded, threads rising around her, encircling her like an embrace. They pulsed gently, as though reminding her that she was not alone in this work. Others carried lanterns too, unseen but burning. The circle was not hers to complete, only hers to keep weaving into. Still the storm roared louder, shadows pressing at the meadow's boundary. Beth felt its hunger, its relentless pull. She shivered, clutching her hands together. What if the storm grows too strong? What if the circle breaks? The pool shimmered again, and this time Beth saw not despair, but resilience. She saw her classmates laughing in the hallway, her brother choosing to speak instead of sinking into silence, her mother humming despite her tired eyes. Small acts, fragile threads, but together they formed a tapestry the storm could not unravel. The presence pulsed brighter, as if to say, the storm is vast, but it cannot end what is.
Infinite. Infinite.
Beth drew a deep breath, letting the truth settle into her bones. She stood at the edge of the pool, lifting her hand as if to weave her own thread into the circle. "Then I'll keep walking," she said softly. "I'll keep carrying the
lantern. No matter how dark it gets," the meadow responded with a ripple of light, threads converging around her, flowing outward like waves across the night.
For a moment, Beth felt herself part of something endless, her flame not separate but joined with countless others. The weight of the storm was still there, but so was the strength of the circle, unbreakable. When she returned home, the house was quiet. Her brother was asleep, her mother sitting by the window with a book in her lap. Beth kissed her goodnight and went to her room, but she didn't sleep right away. She lay in bed with her eyes open, watching the faint glow of the moon on her ceiling. Before drifting off, she whispered once more, "For all of them, those I see and those I don't, let the circle hold them, let the lanterns find them." And as the night deepened, she felt the faint pulse of warmth threading through the darkness again, steady and enduring. The following morning unfolded with a quiet strangeness, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Beth stirred awake, to the faint patter of rain returning against the window, lighter than before but steady, a rhythm that reminded her of the thread she had seen pulsing in the meadow. She lay in bed for several minutes, staring at the ceiling, replaying the images from the pool in her mind, the boy in the darkened room, the girl wandering streets with vacant eyes, the countless faces she could not name. It had left a heaviness inside her chest, yet it was a weight she no longer feared. Instead, it felt like a responsibility, one she was slowly learning to carry. When she finally rose and dressed, the house was still and dim, the air carrying the smell of coffee brewing in the kitchen. Her mother sat at the table, shoulders slightly hunched, steam curling above her mug. She looked up when Beth entered, her tired eyes softening. "You're up early," she murmured. Beth poured herself a glass of water and sat down across from her. "Couldn't sleep much," she admitted. Her mother nodded knowingly. "Sometimes it's the quietest nights that keep us awake the most." There was a pause, then she reached across the table, covering Beth's hand with her own. "You've been carrying yourself differently. Stronger." "I see it." Beth blinked, startled. "Stronger?" "Yes," her mother said simply. "Whatever you're doing, don't stop. It matters, even if you think I don't notice." The words rooted themselves inside Beth like seeds. She wanted to explain about the meadow, the threads, the circle of light, but she knew her mother wouldn't understand it in the way she did. Instead, she just squeezed her hand back and offered a small smile. "Thank you," her brother shuffled. In a few minutes later, hair messy, eyes still heavy with sleep. But he was here, moving, part of the morning again. That alone felt like a victory. He grumbled something about the rain before slumping into a chair, but Beth caught the faintest curve of his mouth, a shadow of a smile that he didn't even seem to notice himself. She stored it away carefully, another thread in the circle she was weaving around her family. The walk to school was quieter than usual. The streets glistened from the rain, and the sky hung low with thick clouds, dimming the morning light. Beth felt the storm's weight pressing faintly against her, but it no longer filled her with dread. Instead, she carried herself with a kind of steadiness, as though she were shielding the flame inside her against the wind, knowing its strength lay not in its size, but in its refusal to go out. When she reached the school gates, she noticed clusters
of students huddled together, their conversations hushed, but their presence undeniable. It struck her how no one had fully disappeared, even in grief. They were still here, still moving forward. In a way, it was its own act of defiance against
the storm. Inside the classroom, she found herself sitting beside the girl with the notebook again. The girl glanced at her briefly, hesitated, then slid the notebook slightly toward her. Beth peeked down and saw words scribbled across the page, lines of poetry that spoke of shadows and fire, of loss and resilience. She looked up, meeting the girl's eyes, and whispered, "It's beautiful." The girl flushed faintly, lowering her gaze. "It's just something I do to keep breathing." Beth wanted to tell her how much it mattered, how even these words on a page were lanterns in their own way, but instead she just nodded. "Then keep doing it. The world needs it." For the first time, the girl smiled. Small, hesitant, but real. Beth's heart warmed, knowing a door had cracked open. The day stretched on, filled with lessons that blurred together, but Beth remained aware of everything around her, the tired teacher still showing up to guide them, the students whispering encouragement to one another, even the janitor whistling softly as he pushed his mop across the hall. Every act seemed to thread itself into a larger fabric, one she was beginning to recognize as more powerful than the storm pressing against them. By the time the final bell rang, Beth felt restless again, as though the meadow was calling her. She walked home with her brother, listening to him speak more than he had in weeks. He told her about a project he wanted to start, something creative, something small, but the fact that he spoke of wanting to do anything at all was enough to make Beth's eyes sting with unshed tears. She didn't let him see. She just nodded, encouraging, and told him she believed he could do it. When evening fell, Beth slipped outside once more, her heart already guiding her feet toward the meadow. The rain had stopped, leaving the air cool and sharp with the scent of wet earth. By the time she reached the open field, the sky had darkened, stars peeking faintly through the thinning clouds. The meadow greeted her with its usual glow, threads weaving and pulsing gently in the night air. The pool shimmered, restless yet calm, as though waiting for her. Beth stepped closer, kneeling at its edge, and let the presence wash over her. Tonight it felt stronger, steadier, as if the circle itself had drawn power from every small act of resilience she had witnessed throughout the day. Images flickered across the water again, the girl with the notebook smiling for the first time, her brother's hesitant plans, her mother's soft acknowledgement at the kitchen table. Then more faces appeared, strangers she had never met, carrying their own lanterns in different corners of the world. Some were dim, some bright, but all were part of the same circle, threads weaving endlessly across distance and time. Beth whispered into the night, "We're not alone, are we?" The threads pulsed in response, 1,000 tiny lights dancing in agreement. The presence pressed gently into her heart, not with words, but with certainty. Never alone. Her eyes filled with tears, but they weren't heavy tears. They were tears of release, of understanding. She realized now that the storm's greatest power wasn't its darkness, but the illusion that it made people feel isolated within it. The truth was the opposite. The storm could rage, but the circle held, infinite and unbroken. Beth stood slowly, gazing at the meadow around her. She lifted her hand as if to touch one of the glowing threads, though her fingers passed through it like mist. Still she felt its warmth linger, seeping into her skin, travelling up her arm and into her chest where her own flame burned. "I'll keep weaving," she promised softly. "For them, for us, for everyone still searching for light." The meadow pulsed brighter, threads rippling outward like waves, carrying her vow across the vastness. For a moment she imagined her words reaching the boy in the dark room, the girl wandering empty streets, anyone lost in shadow. She hoped they would feel it, even if faintly, a warmth, a spark, a reminder they were not forgotten. When she returned home, the house was quiet once more. Her brother was in his room, sketching something in a notebook, and her mother had dozed off in the chair by the window. Beth stood in the hallway for a long moment, just listening to the stillness, letting it settle into her bones. That night, as she lay in bed, she did not feel the weight of despair pressing in. Instead, she felt connected to her family, to her classmates, to the strangers whose threads glowed across the circle. She closed her eyes with a steady heart, whispering one last time into the darkness. "Darkness, let the lanterns shine. Let them find who needs them most." And with that, she drifted into sleep, carrying the glow of the circle with her into her dreams. The dawn arrived in gentle streaks of pink and grey, brushing the horizon with soft light that barely disturbed the quiet of the early hour. Beth awoke slowly, lingering in the folds of her blankets, listening to the subtle rhythm of her own breathing. She could still feel the pulse of the meadow from the night before, the lingering warmth of threads connecting far beyond her sight. It settled into her chest like a slow, steady heartbeat, reminding her that even when the storm pressed hard, the circle held. At breakfast, the house felt warmer than usual. Her mother moved with a quiet ease, humming faintly as she poured coffee and tea. Beth's brother was unusually alert, though he didn't speak much, his eyes bright and curious as he watched the light of morning spill across the kitchen table. She thought about how much had shifted in the past weeks, how small gestures, the smile of a classmate, the soft acknowledgement of her mother, the quiet plans of her brother, wove themselves into a tapestry she could feel but not always see. The walk to school was damp with dew, but the air carried a freshness that lifted her spirits. She noticed the little things more than usual, the curl of a leaf heavy with water, the distant song of a bird shaking off the night, the way puddles reflected light back into the world as though encouraging her to look up. Every detail seemed infused with quiet magic, and she realized that the threads of the circle were not only in people but in life itself, stitched into moments too small to measure but too significant to ignore. Inside the school, the mood felt lighter. Students moved with a tentative ease, teachers spoke with softer tones, and laughter threaded through the hallways in quiet arcs rather than bursts. Beth watched her classmates, noticing subtle shifts. The boy who had always sat alone leaning closer to a friend, the girl who often avoided attention laughing in conversation, the teacher sharing an anecdote with a smile that reached her eyes. Each movement, each shift, felt like another thread being woven into the larger pattern. Beth found herself again near the girl with the notebook. The girl smiled before she even spoke, sliding the notebook slightly toward Beth. Inside, new sketches had appeared. Tiny illustrations of light breaking through clouds, figures holding hands across distances, lanterns floating above rivers. Beth traced a finger along the paper, feeling the intention behind each line. "These are beautiful," she said softly, her voice carrying a reverence she rarely gave aloud. "They help me breathe," the girl admitted, her gaze flicking to Beth. "Even if the world doesn't notice, it matters to me," Beth nodded slowly. "It matters. Even if no one else sees it, it carries light." She thought of the meadow, the pool, the threads, and smiled faintly. The circle was growing, quietly, invisibly, and she was beginning to understand that the smallest acts could ripple across distances in ways she couldn't measure. By afternoon, the tension she had felt in recent days seemed to fade. The storm was still out there, pressing at the edges of her awareness, but its presence was less immediate, less suffocating. Beth noticed more people engaging with one another, small gestures accumulating into something that resembled hope. She walked through the hallways, offering smiles, brief words of encouragement, gestures of quiet acknowledgement. Each one felt like a thread she could tie into the circle, reinforcing the connections that held the fragile network together. After school, Beth lingered with her brother as they walked home. He spoke more freely than he had in weeks, sharing ideas, jokes, and small insights about his day. She listened, nodding, and sometimes simply held the silence between their words, letting it stretch and settle. There was a rhythm to it, a quiet music that seemed to harmonize with the threads she could almost feel pulsing in the air around them. She realized that the circle was not only her own work, it was something they shared, something growing in the spaces between them. That evening, Beth stepped into the meadow with a calm determination. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and flowers. The pool glimmered faintly, reflecting threads of light that stretched far beyond the meadow, converging and weaving in patterns she could not fully comprehend. The presence appeared as it always did, calm and steady, its form pulsing softly, as if waiting for her to recognize something essential. Beth knelt at the edge of the pool, letting her fingers hover above the surface. Images flickered there. Her mother at the table, her brother planning his next steps, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers across town making small acts of kindness, laughter spilling from unexpected places. Each spark pulsed faintly, fragile but resilient, a thread that the storm could not entirely consume. The storm itself lingered at the edges, dark and persistent, but it felt smaller tonight. The threads of light stretched like bridges across, the shadow holding it at bay. Beth realized that she no longer feared its approach as she once had. The storm could rage, but it could not break the circle if enough threads remained steady, if enough flames persisted, no matter how small. She whispered into the night, words carrying into the air like soft ripples. For those who cannot yet see the circle, may the light find them, may they feel that they are not alone. The presence pulsed in response, threads brushing against her hands, weaving through her chest. She felt a warmth spreading through her, an affirmation that the circle existed not in isolation but as a shared rhythm across distance, across lives. Each small act she had witnessed, each gesture she had made, contributed to something larger, something unbroken. Beth stood slowly, taking in the meadow, the threads, the pool of reflections. She lifted her hand instinctively, imagining herself weaving one more thread into the network. Though she could not see the full pattern, she sensed the movement, the pulse, the steady flow of light reaching outward in all directions. She understood that she did not need to control it or measure it. She only needed to carry her flame and offer it freely when she could. As she returned home that night, Beth felt a sense of calm settle over her. The house was quiet, the lights dimmed, her mother dozing with a book in hand, her brother sketching quietly in his room. She paused in the hallway, letting the stillness wash over her, feeling the threads stretching beyond the walls, beyond the town, reaching places she might never see, but knowing that they existed. Before drifting into sleep, she whispered once more, softly, into the darkness of her room. We are not alone. Let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide those who cannot, yet find the light. The world outside remained vast and uncertain, but Beth's heart was steady. She understood that the circle was not about eliminating shadows, but about holding the light together, offering warmth, and trusting that even the smallest flame could persist. And with that quiet thought, she finally let herself rest, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into her dreams, where light and shadow danced together in delicate balance. Beth awoke to the sound of wind whispering through the trees, a gentle hum that seemed to echo the faint pulse she had felt in the meadow the night before. She lingered under her blankets for a moment, savoring the quiet, the soft grey light filtering through her window. The world felt larger than usual, stretched wide with possibilities she could almost touch but not fully name. She could feel the threads around her, invisible yet insistent, urging her to move, to act, to notice. Breakfast was calm. Her mother's movements were unhurried, the faint aroma of toast and coffee filling the kitchen. Her brother sat at the table, sketching in a notebook, eyes focused but occasionally flicking toward her with a curious expression. Beth poured herself a cup of tea, the warmth seeping through her hands, and she felt a flicker of gratitude for the ordinary, for the quiet routines that had become anchors in the midst of unseen storms. The walk to school was unusually serene. Patches of sunlight broke through the grey clouds, dancing across puddles left from the rain, creating tiny mirrors of light that flickered with each step. Beth noticed how the world seemed to breathe with her, the leaves quivering slightly as if sharing in her heartbeat, the distant chirping of birds threading through the air like delicate music. She wondered how many other people were walking with invisible threads, holding their own lanterns, unaware of the circles they were weaving. Inside the school, the hallways carried a quiet energy. Conversations were hushed, but there was a rhythm. To them, a pulse that suggested resilience beneath the surface. Beth saw the boy who had often sat alone, now standing with a small group of classmates, his laughter tentative but present. She saw others, too, shifting slightly toward connection, reaching out in small gestures of empathy. The threads were spreading, subtly but persistently, weaving a network she could sense, even if she could not see it fully.
Yes, Beth said gently. Even small sparks, unnoticed by many, can carry light to someone who needs it. Your drawings, they do that. The girl's eyes softened, and she nodded. I never thought of it that way. She scribbled a faint
smile into her page before returning to her work, a subtle acknowledgement that their understanding was shared. Beth felt the pulse of the circle in that simple gesture, and a warmth spread through her chest. The rest of the day passed in subtle
rhythms.
Beth noticed how her classmates were engaging in small acts of kindness, sharing notes, offering quiet words of reassurance, laughing gently with one another. Even small interactions, she realized, were threads extending outward, weaving connections, invisible but real. She felt a renewed responsibility to tend her own flame and offer it freely, trusting the unseen network of light to reach where it was needed. After school, she walked home with her brother. The sky was clear now, a pale twilight spreading across the horizon, soft and almost unreal in its beauty. Her brother spoke freely today, sharing sketches, thoughts, and fleeting insights about his day. During a free period, Beth found herself in the library again. The girl with the notebook was already there, sitting beneath the same tree she had claimed for herself. This time, she did not shrink away when Beth approached. Instead, she lifted her eyes and offered a small, knowing smile. Beth sat beside her, and for a while they shared a comfortable silence, watching sunlight dance through the library's windows. Finally, Beth spoke, her voice low and soft. "Do you ever wonder how much of this world is built from the invisible threads?" The girl tilted her head, curious. "Threads?" "The ones we carry," Beth said, thinking of the meadow, the pool, and the circles of light she had come to recognize. The ones that connect us without anyone knowing. Even when people feel alone, they're part of something bigger. I see it sometimes. The girl's eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, Beth thought she might not understand. But then she nodded slowly, almost imperceptibly, as if the acknowledgement itself was a bridge between them. "I think I see it too," she whispered, tapping the notebook. "Even if I don't always know it, I feel it when I write." Beth smiled, a warmth spreading through her chest. The threads were growing, reaching outward, touching lives in ways subtle but enduring. She realized that the meadow was not just a place of magic. It was a reflection of what could be achieved when attention and care were placed into small, consistent actions. The circle existed not in grandeur, but in persistence, in quiet moments of recognition, and in gentle acts of presence. The afternoon passed in a blur of lessons and hallway exchanges, each small interaction threading itself into the invisible tapestry. Beth found herself noticing subtleties, the way one student offered a pencil to another, the way a teacher lingered after class to answer a hesitant question, the brief smiles shared between strangers in the corridors. Every act, no matter how slight, felt like a thread knitting the larger circle together, and she carried that realization quietly in her chest. After school, she walked with her brother toward the meadow. The sky had cleared, leaving a soft twilight that stretched across the horizon in muted shades of orange and violet. He spoke more than usual, sharing thoughts and sketches, observations and fleeting ideas, and she listened without interruption. Each word seemed to be another small spark, feeding the network she was beginning to recognize, not just in the meadow, but in her daily life. By the time they reached the meadow, the first stars were peeking through the deepening sky. Beth paused at the edge, inhaling the cool air, feeling the threads of light pulsing faintly through the field. The presence appeared as always, a form of warmth and light that welcomed her without expectation. The pool shimmered with restless energy, reflecting images from her day, the laughter of her brother, the tentative connections forming among her classmates, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly. And then, beyond what she could name, faces of strangers appeared, each carrying their own faint flame, threading themselves into the larger circle. Beth knelt by the pool, her fingers hovering above the surface, and whispered into the night, "For every spark, known or unknown, may the threads hold them. May they feel that even in their silence, they belong to something greater." The threads pulsed in response, weaving through her fingers, brushing her palms like a soft wind. She felt warmth flood her chest, a sense of quiet affirmation that the circle was resilient, expansive, and inclusive. She understood that she could not carry every burden or mend every frayed thread alone. Her role was not to control or fix, but to persist, to tend her own flame and offer it to those who sought connection. She stood slowly, taking in the meadow and the threads stretching outward, shimmering faintly in the night. The storm lingered, At the edges, persistent and patient, but it felt smaller tonight, kept at bay by countless invisible lanterns, each burning with the quiet strength of ordinary lives. Beth realized that the circle's power was not in the absence of darkness, but in the persistence of light. When she returned home, the house was quiet. Her brother had fallen asleep with sketches scattered around him, and her mother sat dozing by the window, a book open on her lap. Beth paused in the hallway, listening to the stillness, letting it fill her chest. The threads reached beyond the walls, beyond the town, and into places she would never see, and yet their presence comforted her. Before falling asleep, she whispered once more, softly, almost reverently, "For every life touched, seen or unseen, let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide those still searching for light." And with that, she finally let herself drift into the quiet, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into her dreams, where light and shadow danced together in a delicate balance, endless and enduring. Morning arrived with a soft, amber glow, filtering gently through Beth's curtains. She lingered under the blankets, letting the warmth of sleep fade slowly, savoring the calm before the day fully claimed her. The world outside was quiet, almost hesitant, as if it too were listening to something invisible threading through the
air. Beth felt it in her chest, a faint pulse, the echo of the meadow, the continuity of light she had come to carry like a fragile treasure. She knew today would be different, though she did not yet understand how. Breakfast passed in unhurried
silence. Her mother moved with quiet purpose, humming softly as she poured coffee and tea, the ritual anchoring them in something ordinary and sacred. Her brother, usually restless in the mornings, lingered at the table longer than usual, sketching in his notebook. Every now and then he glanced at Beth, curiosity and something warmer in his gaze, as though recognizing a change in the rhythm of their household. Beth returned his gaze with a faint smile, feeling the invisible thread strengthen. Between them, the walk to school was luminous in its simplicity. Patches of sunlight broke through scattered clouds, reflecting off wet leaves and forming tiny pools of radiance along the pavement. Beth's eyes tracked each ripple, each glimmer, wondering how many of these small sparks went unnoticed, but still carried weight. She felt a quiet resonance, a certainty that the threads she had come to recognize were not only present in people, but also in the way light touched the world, in the quiet persistence of the earth itself. Inside the school, Beth sensed a subtle shift. Students moved with a tentative confidence. Small smiles exchanged as they navigated hallways. The boy who had often sat alone now lingered with a group of classmates, his laughter careful but real. Teachers spoke with a gentle patience, offering guidance in soft tones. Even the janitor whistled faintly while pushing his mop, a melody threading through the corridors. Every act, no matter how slight, felt like a filament in the invisible web, a connection that strengthened the circle she had begun to trust. During free period, she returned to the library, finding the girl with the notebook already settled beneath her favorite tree. The girl did not look up immediately, but scribbled silently, the pen moving across the page with deliberate care. Beth sat beside her, and they shared a quiet companionship, no words needed at first. Finally, Beth spoke softly.
"I think your drawings are more than pictures."
Their lanterns quietly guiding. The girl paused, pen hovering over the page. "Lanterns?" she asked, her eyes lifting to meet Beth's, listened, offering acknowledgement, encouragement, and occasionally a gentle word of advice. She realized that the space between them, quiet, patient, and attentive, was as important as any other thread in the circle. Connection did not need dramatic gestures to hold weight, it only needed presence. By evening, the meadow called her again. She slipped through the familiar path, her footsteps quiet against the damp earth. The meadow unfolded before her like a living painting. The pool shimmered faintly, threads of light weaving and converging, pulsing with the rhythm of countless acts of persistence and care. The presence appeared, steady and warm, as though welcoming her to a larger truth she was only beginning to grasp. Beth knelt at the edge of the pool, letting her fingers hover above the surface. Images flickered, her brother laughing with friends, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers helping one another in small, unnoticed ways. The threads wove a tapestry of light that stretched beyond her sight, connecting lives she might never touch directly, but whose presence she could feel deeply. The storm lingered at the edges, persistent but restrained, kept at bay by countless tiny flames. Beth realized that the circle's strength did not come from the absence of shadow, but from the steady persistence of light. She whispered into the night, soft and reverent. For every life touched, seen or unseen, let the circle
Hold them.
Let the lanterns reach those who cannot yet find the light, Threads responded, brushing against her hands, pulsing gently in affirmation. She felt warmth flood her chest, a quiet exhale of understanding. She could not carry every burden alone, but she could persist, offer her flame, and trust that others did the same. Each small act of care, each gesture, contributed to the larger pattern. She was not alone, and neither was anyone else. Standing, she surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward in endless patterns, shimmering faintly against the night. To the storm's edges roared, dark and patient, but it felt smaller tonight, held at bay by the interconnected lanterns of countless unseen lives. Beth understood that the circle's power lay not in erasing shadows, but in allowing light to persist, infinite and enduring. Returning home, she found the house quiet and peaceful. Her mother slept in a chair by the window, a book resting in her lap, and her brother had drifted into dreams with his sketches scattered around him. Beth paused in the hallway, listening to the stillness, feeling the threads extending beyond the walls, beyond the town, stretching into places she would
never see.
The awareness of those connections brought a deep, quiet joy, a sense of place within a vast and complex tapestry. Before sleep, she whispered once more, her voice low and intimate, "Let every spark shine, every thread hold steady, and may the lanterns guide those still searching for light." And with that she let herself drift into dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night where light and shadow danced together, delicate, balanced, and infinite. Morning arrived like a slow breath, stretching across the horizon in pale shades of gold and lavender. Beth lingered beneath her blankets, feeling the quiet pulse of the world settling through her. The threads she had come to recognize in the meadow seemed to hum faintly within her, a soft vibration that mirrored her own heartbeat. Today, the air felt expectant, filled with a subtle weight that wasn't burden, but something larger, waiting for her awareness. The house was peaceful as she rose. Her mother moved quietly in the kitchen, humming a melody so soft it almost disappeared into the air. Her brother sat at the table, pen moving across a sketch pad, eyes focused yet occasionally glancing toward her. Beth poured herself a cup of tea, feeling the warmth seep into her hands, grounding her in the ordinary, the tangible, even as her thoughts drifted toward the infinite threads she had begun to sense. The walk to school was filled with the faint aroma of wet earth and blossoming flowers. Small details caught her attention: a bird shaking dew from its wings, leaves trembling in the breeze, sunlight glinting off the puddles on the street. Each tiny motion felt like a thread itself, a filament of light extending outward, unseen, but real. Beth realized how easily the world carried quiet miracles in places people overlooked. At school, the hallways felt lighter than before. Students moved with tentative purpose, small gestures of kindness threading through their interactions. The boy who had once sat alone lingered among peers, laughter escaping him in brief, unguarded bursts. Teachers spoke with a gentleness that softened the edges of the day, and even the custodial staff carried their work with a steady rhythm, an unacknowledged yet vital presence. Beth felt the invisible web strengthening, threads weaving through people, spaces, and moments. During a free period, she sought the library, finding the girl with the notebook beneath the familiar tree. She was drawing again, the pen moving with a fluidity that suggested both focus and ease. Beth sat beside her, feeling the quiet, companionable energy between them. For a moment, no words were necessary. They shared the rhythm of presence, of witnessing, of connection. Finally, Beth spoke, her voice soft and reflective. "Do you ever wonder how many threads are woven without anyone noticing?" The girl paused, lifting her eyes to meet Beth's. "Threads?" "Yes," Beth said, thinking of the meadow, the pool, the countless unseen connections. Every smile, every word, every quiet gesture, it all counts. Even if no one else sees it, the thread exists. The girl's eyes widened slightly and she nodded, a small acknowledgement passing between them. "I think I feel them when I draw," she admitted, glancing down at her notebook. The sketches depicted lanterns floating across rivers, hands reaching toward one another, figures connected by light. Beth traced her fingers along one of the drawn threads, imagining it extending beyond the paper, joining the larger circle she carried in her mind. The afternoon passed in a blur of observation. Beth noticed small sparks of resilience everywhere, classmates helping one another, teachers offering patience where frustration could have reigned, fleeting moments of laughter threading through quiet spaces. Every act, she realized, was a filament in the greater tapestry, and she understood more deeply that persistence, even in small gestures, was a form of power. After school, Beth walked home with her brother. The sky had softened to twilight, pale, shades of blue and violet spreading across the horizon. He spoke more than usual, sharing sketches, ideas, and fleeting observations about the day. Beth listened without interruption, offering small affirmations, quiet encouragement. Their words wove a subtle rhythm, a thread that pulsed between them, strengthening a circle that was both tender and persistent. The meadow awaited her that evening, open and still, the air carrying a faint scent of damp earth and wildflowers. The pool shimmered faintly, threads of light weaving outward, pulsing gently in response to her presence. The warmth of the presence enveloped her as always, steady and patient, waiting without demand. Beth knelt by the pool, fingers hovering above the surface, and let her awareness stretch outward, embracing the network of threads she had glimpsed in her daily life. Images flickered across the water. Her mother quietly humming in the kitchen, her brother sharing laughter with a friend, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers offering small acts of kindness in places she would never see. The threads wove a luminous tapestry, fragile yet enduring, persistent against the darkness pressing at the edges of the meadow. Beth whispered softly into the night. For those whose sparks are dim, whose threads are fragile, let the circle hold them. Let them feel that they are never alone. The threads pulsed in response, brushing her palms like a soft wind, filling her with warmth. She understood more clearly than ever that the circle's strength did not lie in preventing darkness, but in sustaining light. Her own role was not to rescue or repair every thread, but to persist, to hold steady, to offer her flame freely. She was part of a larger network, one that stretched beyond her sight and understanding, and that was enough. Standing, Beth surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward into the distance, shimmering faintly against the night. The storm's edges pressed close, dark and patient, but they were held at bay by countless lanterns, small and bright, each a testament to persistence, attention, and care. She realized that the circle's power lay not in the absence of shadows, but in the steady, enduring presence of light. Returning home, she found the house quiet. Her brother had drifted into dreams with sketches scattered around him. Her mother sat dozing by the window with a book in hand. Beth paused in the hallway, letting the stillness fill her chest. Threads extended beyond the walls, beyond the town, reaching into places she would never see, yet their presence comforted her deeply. Before sleep, she whispered one last time, low and reverent, "Let every spark shine, let each thread hold steady, let the lanterns reach those who are still searching for light, for light." And with that, she finally drifted into the quiet of her dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night, where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. Morning broke with a delicate hush, sunlight filtering softly through the curtains in Beth's room. She lingered in bed for a while, letting the quiet settle around her like a gentle blanket. Outside, the world felt unusually still, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the day ahead. She sensed the familiar pulse of threads beneath the surface of ordinary moments, the quiet connections she had come to recognize, invisible yet insistent, stretching outward like faint rivers of light. Today, the threads seemed stronger, more resilient, almost humming beneath her skin. In the kitchen, her mother moved with her usual calm precision, arranging breakfast with a kind of ritual attention. Her brother sat at the table, sketching quietly, his eyes occasionally flicking toward her with a faint curiosity. Beth poured herself a cup of tea, feeling the warmth spread through her hands, grounding her in the present, while her mind lingered on the infinite threads she could not fully see. She realized that the quiet rhythms of her family's home were themselves part of the circle, steady, nurturing, and enduring. The walk to school was unusually vivid. Patches of sunlight broke through the early morning clouds, dancing across the wet pavement, glinting in puddles left by a faint overnight drizzle. Beth noticed each small detail. The trembling of leaves, the occasional shimmer of dew, the faint hum of distant life. She imagined each moment as a thread, tiny and delicate, contributing to something far larger than herself. Even the faintest glimmer could ripple across the web of connections, linking lives in ways she might never fully perceive. At school, the hallways carried a renewed sense of purpose. Students exchanged small gestures, sharing supplies, offering quiet words of encouragement, laughing softly in fleeting moments of joy. Beth noticed the boy who had once been alone walking beside a friend, the girl who had avoided attention, now joining a group conversation with tentative laughter. Even teachers moved with a gentleness that seemed deliberate, choosing patience over frustration. Every act, however small, was a thread being woven into the larger tapestry of resilience and care. During free period, Beth returned to the library. The girl with the notebook was already there, sitting beneath the familiar tree, pen moving across paper with careful focus. Beth settled beside her, sharing the quiet space without the need for words. After a few moments, she spoke softly. "Do you think these threads we carry ever touch people we don't even know?" The girl looked up, eyes thoughtful. "Maybe," she said slowly. "I feel it sometimes when I draw, even if I can't explain why." Beth nodded. "I think the threads are like invisible lanterns. Even if no one sees them, they guide someone through darkness." The girl's lips curved into a faint smile, acknowledging the shared understanding. Beth traced a finger lightly along a drawn line in the notebook, imagining it extending beyond the page, connecting to something larger, something endless. The rest of the school day unfolded quietly, each moment adding to the invisible web of light. Beth observed small acts of care and connection, classmates helping one another, teachers patiently offering guidance, fleeting moments of laughter threading through corridors and classrooms. She felt a deepening sense of responsibility to tend her own flame, to offer her light freely, knowing that the sum of countless small acts could form something immeasurably powerful. After school, Beth walked home with her brother. The sky had softened to twilight, the fading light painting the world in muted shades of violet and silver. Her brother spoke freely, sharing sketches, ideas, and fleeting observations. Beth listened without interruption, offering quiet affirmations and gentle encouragement. In the pauses between their words, she felt the rhythm of connection, a subtle yet powerful thread stretching between them, reinforcing the circle she had begun to understand as essential. The meadow called her once more that evening. The path was quiet, softened by the faint scent of wet earth and lingering blooms. When she arrived, the pool shimmered with familiar energy, threads of light weaving outward in intricate patterns, pulsing with the rhythm of countless acts of persistence and care. The presence appeared as always, patient and steady, welcoming her without expectation. Beth knelt by the pool, letting her fingers hover above the surface, and allowed her awareness to extend outward, embracing the network of threads she had witnessed throughout the day. Images flickered across the water. Her mother humming softly in the kitchen, her brother sharing laughter with a friend, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers performing quiet acts of kindness. Each thread pulsed gently, fragile but persistent, weaving an intricate tapestry of light that reached far beyond her sight. Beth whispered softly, "For all those whose sparks are dim, whose threads feel fragile, let the circle hold them. Let them feel that they are never alone." The threads pulsed in response, brushing against her hands, sending warmth through her chest. She realized more clearly than ever that the strength of the circle did not lie in preventing darkness, but in sustaining light. Her role was not to fix or rescue every thread, but to persist, to hold her own flame steady, and to offer it to those who sought connection. Every small act contributed to the greater pattern, and she was learning to trust in that rhythm. Standing, she surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward into the distance, shimmering faintly against the night. The storm's edges lingered, patient and dark, but the countless lanterns holding steady kept it at bay. Beth understood that the circle's power lay not in the absence of shadow, but in the persistent endurance of light. Returning home, she found the house quiet, Her brother slept with sketches scattered around him, her mother dozing in a chair by the window with a book resting on her lap. Beth paused in the hallway, listening to the stillness, letting it fill her chest. Threads extended beyond the walls, reaching into spaces she would never see, yet their presence brought a deep, quiet comfort. Before sleep, she whispered once more, low and reverent, "Let every spark shine. Let every thread hold steady. Let the lanterns reach those still searching for light." And with that, she finally allowed herself to drift into dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night, where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. The morning arrived with a soft, silver light, as though the world itself had exhaled quietly into awareness. Beth lingered under the covers, listening to the faint hum of life outside her window, the distant rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of birds, the subtle rhythm of the wind brushing across the rooftops. It was a day that seemed to hold its own patience, allowing the ordinary to exist with a gentle grace. She felt the familiar pulse in her chest, the subtle reminder of the meadow, the threads, the circle. It was not a presence she could see, but she could feel it everywhere, in every breath, every glance, every small gesture. Breakfast was calm, infused with a quiet understanding. Her mother moved through the kitchen with deliberate, gentle care, humming a tune that seemed older than memory, steady and comforting. Her brother sat at the table, sketching quietly, occasionally glancing toward Beth with a faint curiosity and warmth in his eyes. She poured herself a cup of tea, feeling the heat seep through her hands, grounding her in the tangible, the everyday. Even as her thoughts lingered on the infinite threads she could neither count nor control. The walk to school was serene. Sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, glinting across puddles from the previous night's rain, reflecting a kaleidoscope of muted colors. Beth noticed the way leaves trembled in the soft breeze, the delicate hum of life all around her, and realized that even the smallest movements carried significance. Each tiny act, each fleeting interaction was a thread in the vast, invisible web of connection. Even in the mundane, light persisted, shaping the day in quiet but enduring ways. At school, Beth moved through the hallways with a heightened awareness of subtle connections. Students exchanged small gestures of kindness, a shared pencil, a gentle word, a tentative smile. The boy who had once sat alone now lingered among classmates, his laughter quiet but genuine. Teachers spoke with a patient warmth, guiding their students without urgency or demand. Every moment Beth recognized was another filament in the invisible, tapestry that stretched beyond the walls, reaching into places unseen but felt deeply. During free period, she returned to the library, settling beside the girl with the notebook beneath the familiar tree. The girl was drawing again, pen moving fluidly, creating figures connected by streams of light, lanterns floating above rivers, hands reaching toward each other across empty spaces. Beth watched in silence for a few minutes before speaking softly. "You're drawing. They carry more than images. They carry hope. Carry hope." The girl looked up, eyes thoughtful. "Hope?" "Yes," Beth said gently. "Even if no one sees it, it exists. Every small act, every gesture, every thread you extend into the world, it touches someone, even if they never know it." The girl's lips curved into a faint, almost shy smile. Beth traced her fingers along a drawn lantern, imagining it lifting beyond the page, joining the larger circle she had come to trust, infinite and unbroken. The remainder of the day passed in a blur of small observations and quiet attentions. Beth noticed classmates supporting one another, teachers offering gentle guidance, fleeting smiles threading themselves through the corridors and classrooms. Each act, though seemingly insignificant, was part of a larger network of persistence and care. She felt a renewed sense of purpose in her own quiet actions, understanding that her contributions, however small, were woven into the greater pattern. After school, she walked home with her brother. The sky had softened into twilight, muted shades of violet and silver stretching across the horizon. He spoke more freely than usual, sharing sketches, fleeting thoughts, and small observations about the day. Beth listened without interruption, offering gentle affirmations and quiet encouragement. In the spaces between words, she felt the rhythm of connection, the subtle thread linking them, reinforcing a circle that extended beyond family, school, and meadow, touching lives in ways both visible and unseen. That evening, the meadow awaited her, calm and patient. The path was softened by the lingering scent of wet earth and fading blooms. When she arrived, the pool shimmered with quiet energy, threads of light weaving outward in endless patterns, pulsing with the rhythm of countless small acts of persistence and care. The presence appeared, steady and warm, waiting without expectation. Beth knelt at the pool's edge, letting her fingers hover above the surface, and allowed her awareness to stretch outward, embracing the network of threads she had witnessed. Throughout the day, images flickered across the water, her mother humming in the kitchen, her brother sharing laughter with a friend, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers performing small, quiet acts of kindness in places she would never see. Each thread pulsed gently, delicate yet persistent, weaving a luminous tapestry that stretched beyond her sight, fragile but enduring. Beth whispered softly, "For every life that feels unseen, let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide them through darkness." The threads pulsed in response, brushing her palms with a soft warmth. She understood clearly that the strength of the circle did not lie in the absence of darkness, but in sustaining light. She could not carry every burden, mend every frayed thread, or illuminate every shadow, yet she could persist, offering her flame freely, trusting that others did the
Same.
Every small gesture contributed to the greater pattern. She was not alone, and neither was anyone else. Standing, Beth surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward, shimmering faintly against the night, forming an invisible web that reached far beyond the town. The edges of the storm lingered, dark and patient, but countless lanterns held steady, keeping it at bay. The power of the circle lay not in the absence of shadows, but in the enduring presence of light, infinite, resilient, and patient. Returning home, she found the house quiet. Her brother had drifted into sleep with sketches scattered across the
table. Her mother rested in the chair by the window, a book in her lap.
Beth paused in the hallway, letting the stillness fill her chest, feeling the threads extending beyond the walls, beyond the town, stretching into places she would never see. Yet their presence comforted her deeply, a quiet affirmation of connection and care. Before sleep, she whispered softly, almost reverently, "Let every spark shine. Let each thread hold steady. Let the lanterns guide those still searching for light." And with that, she allowed herself to drift into dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night, where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. The morning came quietly, as if the world itself had exhaled in relief. Light sifted through Beth's curtains in soft, muted beams, brushing the walls of her room with a gentle warmth. She lingered under the covers for a few moments, savoring the stillness, listening to the faint murmur of life outside her window, the rustle of leaves, the distant calls of birds, the whispering wind. She felt the pulse of the threads again, subtle and insistent, reminding her of the meadow, the circle, and the quiet power of persistence. It was a presence she could not see, yet it hummed steadily in her chest, weaving through her thoughts. Breakfast was calm. Her mother moved with gentle deliberation, pouring tea and arranging plates, humming softly as though aware that the ordinary had its own quiet magic. Her brother sat at the table, sketchpad open, pen moving in fluid strokes, occasionally glancing toward her with curiosity and something warmer, recognition perhaps of the steady growth she carried within her. Beth held her cup, feeling warmth seep into her hands and let her thoughts drift toward the infinite network of threads she sensed everywhere. Even the smallest gestures, she realized, mattered. The walk to school was luminous. Patches of sunlight broke through lingering clouds, dancing across the pavement and reflecting off puddles from the early morning drizzle. Beth noticed every small detail, the trembling of leaves, the shimmer of dew, the soft hum of life stretching across the neighborhood. She imagined each moment as a thread, invisible yet meaningful, weaving into the larger tapestry of connections that reached far beyond her immediate perception. Even fleeting interactions, unnoticed by most, carried the quiet weight of persistence. At school, the hallways carried a subtle, steady energy. Students moved with tentative confidence, offering small acts of kindness, sharing pencils, offering encouragement, or exchanging fleeting smiles. The boy who had once sat alone lingered with classmates, laughter gentle and unguarded. Teachers spoke with patience, guiding students without urgency or pressure. Beth noticed these threads extending invisibly through the space, reinforcing the larger web she had begun to recognize, the sum of countless small actions threading together lives and moments in subtle, enduring ways. During free period, she returned to the library. The girl with the notebook was there, already sketching, lines moving fluidly across the page. Beth sat beside her, sharing the quiet space, no words needed at first. After a moment, she spoke softly. "Do you think the threads we carry can
reach people we'll never meet?" The girl lifted her eyes, considering the question. "Maybe," she said, pen hovering over the page. "Sometimes I feel it when I draw, even if I don't know why." Beth nodded. "I think they do, even
if no one sees them, the threads are there. Every gesture, every act, every spark of care, someone feels it, somewhere." She traced a finger lightly along a drawn lantern, imagining it extending beyond the page, connecting to the larger circle that pulsed quietly in the world. The girl's lips curved into a faint, almost shy smile, acknowledging the shared understanding. The rest of the school day moved in subtle rhythms. Beth observed countless threads in action, classmates supporting one another, teachers offering quiet guidance, fleeting moments of laughter threading through hallways and classrooms. Each small gesture was part of the greater pattern, and Beth felt a deepening sense of responsibility to carry her own flame, to contribute her light freely to the network, trusting that it would connect, expand, and endure. After school, she walked home with her brother. The sky had softened into twilight, muted shades of violet and silver stretching across the horizon. He spoke freely, sharing sketches, small insights, and observations about the day. Beth listened without interruption, offering gentle affirmation and quiet encouragement. Between their words stretched a rhythm, a subtle thread connecting them, reinforcing a circle that extended beyond family, school, and meadow, touching lives in ways she might never see but could feel deeply. That evening, the meadow called once more. The path was softened by lingering scents of wet earth and blossoms, fading with the season. When she arrived, the pool shimmered faintly, threads of light weaving outward in intricate, infinite patterns. The presence appeared, as always, patient and steady, welcoming her without expectation. Beth knelt at the pool's edge, letting her fingers hover above the surface, and allowed her awareness to stretch outward, embracing the network of threads she had witnessed throughout the day. Images flickered across the water, her mother humming in the kitchen, her brother laughing with friends, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers performing quiet acts of kindness in places she would never see. Each thread pulsed gently, delicate yet persistent, weaving a luminous tapestry that stretched far beyond her perception. Beth whispered softly, reverent and steady, "For every life that feels unseen, let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide them through darkness." The threads pulsed in response, brushing her palms like a soft wind. She realized that the strength of the circle did not lie in preventing darkness, but in sustaining light. She could not carry every burden or mend every frayed thread, yet she could persist, offer her flame, and trust that others were doing the same. Every small act contributed to the greater pattern, and in that understanding she found calm. She was not alone, and neither was anyone else. Standing, she surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward into the distance, shimmering faintly against the deepening night. The storm lingered at the edges, dark and patient, yet countless lanterns held steady, keeping it at bay. Beth understood the circle's power lay not in the absence of shadows, but in the enduring presence of light, infinite, patient, and resilient. Returning home, the house was quiet. Her brother had drifted into sleep, sketches scattered around. Him and her mother rested by the window with a book in her lap. Beth paused in the hallway, listening to the stillness, feeling threads extending beyond the walls, beyond the town, reaching into places she would never see, yet their presence comforted her. Before sleep, she whispered softly, "Let every spark shine, let each thread hold steady. Let the lanterns reach those still searching for light." And with that, she allowed herself to drift into the quiet of dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night, where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. The dawn arrived quietly, painting the horizon with soft strokes of rose and amber, as if the sky itself were careful not to disturb the world waking beneath it. Beth lay beneath her blankets for a moment longer, feeling the calm pulse of life around her, the subtle vibration of threads connecting the unseen, the quiet light of countless small gestures, weaving a pattern she could sense but not entirely grasp. It was a morning that held patience in its folds, an invitation to notice the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. Breakfast passed gently. Her mother moved through the kitchen with deliberate, careful movements, humming a melody that seemed stitched from memory and comfort. Her brother sat at the table, sketchpad open, eyes tracing lines with careful concentration, occasionally glancing toward her with a warmth that spoke of familiarity and unspoken understanding. Beth poured herself a cup of tea, letting the warmth seep into her hands, grounding her in the ordinary while her mind wandered through the infinite threads she had come to recognize. Each one invisible yet tangible, carried a quiet importance that filled her chest with a subtle, steady joy. The walk to school was luminous in its simplicity. Sunlight broke through scattered clouds, reflecting off puddles, trembling leaves, and glinting in a dozen fleeting places at once. Beth observed it all with the care of someone attuned to subtleties. Each ripple of light, each movement of leaves, each distant sound was a thread, delicate yet persistent, weaving through the world and into lives she might never touch but could sense. Even fleeting moments mattered. Even the smallest glimmer held weight. At school, Beth moved through the hallways with awareness sharpened by quiet attention. Students exchanged small gestures, lending a pencil, offering a quiet smile, sharing a fleeting laugh. The boy who had once sat alone walked among his peers with tentative confidence. Teachers spoke with gentle patience, guiding without force, and even the custodial staff carried their work with a rhythm that seemed to hum with purpose. Every act, every choice, every minor gesture was a thread extending into the invisible web of connection. Beth felt the network growing stronger, a luminous lattice she could feel, if not see, stretching outward into the world. During free period, she returned to the library and sat beneath the familiar tree with the girl who held the notebook. The Dixie girl's pen moved across the page, weaving light into shapes, lanterns rising above rivers, hands reaching across empty spaces, figures connected by streams of unseen energy. Beth sat quietly for a moment, simply observing the flow before speaking. "Do you think threads we send out can reach people we'll never know?" The girl looked up, eyes thoughtful. "I don't know," she said softly, pen hovering over the page. "Sometimes I feel it, even if I can't explain why." Beth nodded, a faint smile tracing her lips. "I think they do, even if no one sees. Them, threads exist. Every gesture, every act, every spark of care. Someone feels it, somewhere." She traced her finger along a drawn lantern, imagining it lifting off the page, joining the larger circle that pulsed quietly beyond her sight. The girl's faint smile returned, an acknowledgement passing between them without the need for words. The remainder of the day passed in quiet observation. Beth noticed subtle acts threading through the halls, classmates helping one another, teachers offering guidance, laughter flickering briefly, then fading into a shared rhythm of attention and care. Each gesture, each moment contributed to the larger pattern. She felt the weight of her own flame, knowing that persistence mattered, that small acts of care carried power, that every connection, however slight, wove into something larger than herself. After school, she walked home with her brother. The sky had softened into muted twilight, soft blues and purples stretching across the horizon. Her brother shared sketches, fleeting thoughts, small insights, and she listened, offering gentle affirmations. In the spaces between their words, Beth felt a subtle rhythm, a thread connecting them, reinforcing the circle that stretched outward beyond family, school, and meadow, touching lives in ways she could sense but never fully see. That evening, she returned to the meadow. The path was softened by lingering scents of damp earth and fading blooms. The pool shimmered faintly, threads of light weaving outward in endless patterns, pulsing in response to her presence. The warmth of the presence greeted her, steady and patient, without expectation. Beth knelt at the pool's edge, fingers hovering above the water, and let her awareness extend outward, embracing the threads she had sensed throughout the day. Images shimmered across the surface, her mother humming quietly in the kitchen, her brother laughing with friends, the girl with the notebook smiling, strangers performing small acts of kindness in places she would never see. Each thread pulsed gently, delicate yet persistent, forming a luminous web beyond her perception. Beth whispered softly, almost reverently, "For every life that feels unseen, let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide them through darkness." The threads responded, brushing her palms, sending warmth through her chest. She realized that the strength of the circle did not lie in erasing shadows, but in sustaining light. She could not carry every burden, mend every frayed thread, or illuminate every corner, but she could persist, offer her flame freely, and trust that others did the same. Every act, however small, contributed to the larger tapestry. She was not alone, and neither was anyone else. Standing, Beth surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward, shimmering faintly against the deepening night. The edges of the storm lingered, patient and persistent, but countless lanterns held steady, keeping it at bay. She understood the circle's power lay not in the absence of darkness, but in the enduring, resilient presence of light. Returning home, the house was still. Her brother slept with sketches scattered across the table. Her mother rested by the window with a book in hand. Beth paused in the hallway, letting the quiet fill her chest, sensing threads stretching beyond the walls, beyond the town, reaching into spaces she would never touch, yet bringing profound comfort. Before sleep, she whispered softly, reverently, "Let every spark shine, let every thread hold steady, let the lanterns guide those still searching for light." And with that, she let herself drift into the quiet of dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. The morning unfolded gently, a soft breath of light sweeping across the horizon. Beth lay beneath her blankets for a while, listening to the faint sounds of life outside her window, the rustle of leaves, the distant calls of birds, the gentle hum of the wind through the neighborhood. The threads she had come to sense were alive in her chest, pulsing softly, connecting her to the subtle rhythms of the world. Today felt different, not urgent, not pressing, but expansive, as if the circle she had nurtured was stretching, reaching further than she could perceive. Breakfast was quiet, almost reverent. Her mother moved through the kitchen with a calm deliberation, humming a soft tune that seemed stitched from memory. Her brother sat at the table, sketchpad open, pen moving across the page with steady focus. Occasionally he glanced toward Beth, a warmth and curiosity in his eyes that spoke of recognition, of shared understanding. She poured herself a cup of tea, feeling the warmth seep into her hands, grounding her while her mind wandered to the invisible threads of connection she had come to know. The walk to school was calm and luminous. Sunlight filtered through the morning clouds, scattering across the wet pavement in tiny glimmers. Beth noticed every detail. Leaves trembling in the breeze, ripples in puddles reflecting light, birds tracing arcs across the sky. Each movement, each spark of life felt like a thread extending outward, delicate yet persistent, weaving into the invisible web she felt, threading the world together. Even moments unnoticed by others held weight, shaping patterns of light she could feel but not fully see. At school, Beth moved through hallways with quiet awareness. Students exchanged small acts of care, sharing supplies, offering smiles, giving gentle encouragement. The boy who had once sat alone now moved among classmates with soft laughter, tentative but genuine. Teachers spoke with patience, guiding students without urgency or demand. Even janitorial staff carried out their routines with steady purpose, each small action adding a thread to the unseen lattice of connection. Beth felt the circle strengthening, threads intertwining, stretching outward into lives she might never touch, yet sensing their presence. During free period, she returned to the library and found the girl with the notebook beneath the familiar tree. The girl's pen moved fluidly across the page, creating lanterns floating over rivers, hands reaching across voids, figures connected by streams of light. Beth settled beside her, sharing the quiet without words. After a while, she spoke softly. "Do you think these threads reach people we'll never know?" The girl lifted her eyes, pen paused mid-stroke. "I think, maybe," she said slowly. "Sometimes I feel it, even if I can't explain why." Beth nodded, a faint smile tracing her lips. "They do. Even if unseen, threads exist. Every small gesture, every spark of care. Someone feels it, somewhere." She traced her finger along a drawn lantern, imagining it lifting off the page, joining the larger circle she had come to trust. The girl's eyes softened, and a faint smile returned, acknowledgement passing silently between them. The remainder of the day moved in soft rhythms. Beth observed threads in motion, classmates supporting one another, teachers offering gentle guidance, laughter flickering briefly through corridors. Each moment, however small, contributed to the greater tapestry. She felt the weight of her own flame, knowing that persistence mattered, that small acts of care carried power, and that every gesture wove into something larger than herself. After all, school. She walked home with her brother. The sky had softened into twilight, shades of violet and silver stretching across the horizon. He spoke freely, sharing sketches, fleeting thoughts, and observations. Beth listened without interruption, offering quiet affirmations and encouragement. Between their words stretched a rhythm, a subtle thread connecting them, reinforcing the circle that extended outward beyond family, school, and meadow, touching lives in ways she could sense but not fully see. The meadow awaited her that evening, calm and patient. The path was softened by the lingering scent of wet earth and fading blooms. When she arrived, the pool shimmered faintly, threads of light weaving outward in intricate patterns, pulsing with the rhythm of countless small acts of care. The presence appeared, steady and warm, welcoming her without expectation. Beth knelt by the pool's edge, fingers hovering above the water, letting her awareness stretch outward to embrace the threads she had witnessed throughout the day. Images shimmered across the surface. Her mother humming softly in the kitchen, her brother sharing laughter with a friend, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers performing quiet acts of kindness in places she would never see. Each thread pulsed gently, fragile yet persistent, forming a luminous tapestry that extended far beyond her perception. Beth whispered softly, reverent and steady. "For those whose sparks are dim, whose threads feel fragile, let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide them through darkness." The threads responded, brushing against her palms, sending warmth through her chest. She realized that the strength of the circle did not lie in erasing shadows, but in sustaining light. She could not carry every burden or illuminate every corner, yet she could persist, offering her flame freely, trusting that others did the same. Every small act contributed to the larger pattern, and that understanding brought her calm. She was not alone, and neither was anyone else. Standing, Beth surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward, shimmering faintly against the deepening night. The edges of the storm lingered, patient and persistent, yet countless lanterns held, steady, keeping it at bay. She understood that the power of the circle lay not in the absence of shadow, but in the enduring, resilient presence of light, infinite and patient. Returning home, the house was still. Her brother slept with sketches scattered across the table. Her mother rested by the window with a book in hand. Beth paused in the hallway, letting the quiet fill her chest, feeling threads stretching beyond the walls, beyond the town, reaching into places she would never touch, yet their presence comforted her profoundly. Before sleep, she whispered softly, "Let every spark shine. Let every thread hold steady. Let the lanterns guide those still searching for light." And with that, she allowed herself to drift into dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night, where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. The morning unfolded with an unusual softness, as if the world itself had paused to breathe. Beth lingered under her blankets, listening to the faint rhythm of life outside her window, the whisper of wind through trees, the distant trill of birds, the subtle hum of movement that threaded everything together. There was a quiet anticipation in the air, not urgent or demanding, but expansive, like a memory slowly unfolding. The threads she had learned to feel pulsed gently in her chest, each one a quiet, persistent reminder of connection, of care, of the circle that stretched far, beyond what eyes could see. Breakfast was calm, almost ceremonial in its simplicity. Her mother moved with steady care, humming softly as she arranged plates and poured tea. Her brother sat at the table, sketchpad open, pen moving across paper with quiet concentration. Occasionally he glanced toward her, a warmth in his gaze that spoke of understanding, of recognition. Beth held her cup of tea, feeling the warmth seep into her palms, grounding her while her thoughts drifted outward, reaching toward the unseen threads she had come to sense, threads stretching across space, time, and lives she might never touch. The walk to school was luminous. Sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, scattering across puddles, wet leaves, and streets casting reflections that danced and shimmered. Beth noticed every detail, the trembling of leaves in the soft breeze, the occasional shimmer of dew, the faint hum of distant life. Each motion, each spark was a thread, delicate yet persistent, weaving into the unseen web of the world. Even the smallest gestures mattered. Even a glance, a nod, or a passing smile contributed to the larger tapestry she felt beneath her skin. At school, the hallways carried subtle currents of life. Students moved with tentative confidence, sharing small acts of kindness, lending pencils, offering quiet encouragement, exchanging fleeting smiles. The boy who had once been alone now walked among classmates with laughter that was soft, yet genuine. Teachers guided with patient warmth, choosing calm and understanding over hurry and reprimand. Beth felt the threads intertwining invisibly, connecting moments, gestures, and people in a pattern that expanded outward in ways she could sense, but not fully map. During free period, she returned to the library and sat beneath the familiar tree with the girl who always drew. The girl's pen moved with fluidity, weaving lanterns over rivers, hands reaching across voids, figures connected by streams of light. Beth watched for a moment in silence before speaking. "Do you think these threads can reach people we'll never meet?" The girl paused, pen hovering above the page. "I think, maybe," she said softly. "Sometimes I feel it, even if—"
"I can't explain why?" Beth nodded, a faint, serene smile forming. I think they do. Even unseen, the threads exist. Every gesture, every act, every spark of care. Someone feels it, somewhere.
She traced a finger along a drawn lantern, imagining it lifting beyond the page, joining the larger circle that pulsed quietly in the world. The girl's eyes softened, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, a connection made without words. The rest of the day passed in a quiet rhythm. Beth noticed threads in motion everywhere, classmates helping one another, teachers offering gentle guidance, laughter flickering briefly, then fading into soft murmurs. Every action, every moment, contributed to the larger pattern of light and persistence. Beth felt the weight of her own flame and understood that her small acts mattered. Persistence, care, and attention wove a pattern larger than herself, a network that sustained itself quietly but resiliently. After school, she walked home with her brother. The sky had softened into muted twilight, shades of violet and silver, spreading across the horizon. He shared sketches, fleeting thoughts, and small observations, and she listened attentively, offering quiet affirmation. In the pauses between words, Beth felt a subtle rhythm, a thread connecting them, reinforcing the circle that reached beyond family, school, and meadow, touching lives in ways she could sense but not see. The meadow awaited her that evening, open and patient. The path smelled faintly of wet earth and fading blooms, carrying the quiet weight of dusk. When she arrived, the pool shimmered, threads of light weaving outward in delicate, endless patterns. The presence welcomed her as always, patient and steady without demand. Beth knelt at the edge, fingers hovering above the surface, allowing her awareness to stretch outward, embracing the threads she had witnessed throughout the day. Images flickered across the water. Her mother humming softly in the kitchen, her brother sharing laughter with a friend, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers performing small acts of care in spaces she would never see. Each thread pulsed gently, fragile yet enduring, forming a luminous web that reached far beyond her sight. Beth whispered softly, reverent, "For those whose sparks feel dim, whose threads feel fragile, let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide them through darkness." The threads responded, brushing her palms, sending warmth through her chest. She realized that the circle's strength did not lie in preventing shadows, but in sustaining light. She could not carry every burden, mend every frayed thread, or illuminate every corner. Yet she could persist, offer her flame freely, trusting that others were doing the same. Every act contributed to the larger tapestry. She was not alone, and neither was anyone else. Standing, Beth surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward, shimmering faintly against the deepening night. The edges of the storm lingered, patient and persistent, but countless lanterns held steady, keeping it
at bay.
She understood that the circle's power lay not in the absence of darkness, but in the enduring presence of light, infinite, patient, and resilient. Returning home, the house was quiet. Her brother had drifted into sleep, sketches scattered around him. Her mother rested by the window with a book in her lap. Beth paused in the hallway, letting the quiet fill her chest, feeling threads stretching beyond the walls, beyond the town, into places she would never touch, yet bringing deep comfort. Before sleep, she whispered softly, "Let every spark shine. Let each thread hold steady. Let the lanterns reach those still searching for light." And with that, she allowed herself to drift into dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night, where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. The morning arrived in muted shades of gold and lavender, sunlight drifting across the horizon like a quiet sigh. Beth lay beneath her blankets, listening to the soft stirrings of the world outside, the wind brushing the trees, the faint trill of birds beginning their day, the subtle
hum of life threading everything together.
She felt the pulse of the threads again, gentle and steady, reminding her of the meadow, the circle, and the quiet constancy of light she had come to trust. Today there was a stillness that felt both intimate and infinite, a closing of the loop that had carried her through so many days of noticing, learning, and caring. Breakfast passed in calm, unhurried rhythm. Her mother moved through the kitchen with careful deliberation, humming softly as plates were set and tea poured. Her brother sat at the table, sketchpad open, pen moving across the page with steady precision. Occasionally he glanced toward Beth, warmth and understanding in his eyes. She held her cup of tea, feeling the comforting heat in her palms, grounding herself in the ordinary, while her mind drifted toward the threads that extended beyond her sight, beyond the town, into spaces she might never touch. The walk to school was luminous, yet serene. Sunlight filtered through clouds, scattering across wet pavement and trembling leaves. Each glint, each small movement, felt like a thread, delicate and insistent, weaving through the invisible lattice of the world. Beth noticed every detail, the shimmer of dew, the soft sway of branches, the subtle hum of life in every direction. Even fleeting gestures unnoticed by others carried significance, rippling through the web of connections in quiet, persistent ways. At school, the hallways were filled with subtle, delicate rhythms. Students moved with small acts of care, lending pencils, offering smiles, sharing encouragement. The boy who had once been alone now walked among peers, laughter soft but genuine. Teachers guided with patience, offering understanding rather than "hurry!" And even the custodial staff carried out their work with steady presence. Beth felt the threads intertwining invisibly, a pattern stretching outward in countless directions, connecting lives and moments in ways that could not be measured, but could be deeply felt. During free period, she returned to the library, settling beneath the familiar tree with the girl who always drew. The girl's pen moved fluidly, creating lanterns floating above rivers, hands reaching across voids, figures connected by streams of light. Beth watched in silence for a while before speaking softly. "Do you think these threads can reach people? We'll never know." The girl looked up, pen paused mid-stroke. "I think maybe," she said slowly. "Sometimes I feel it, even if I can't explain why." Beth nodded, lips curving into a serene smile. "They do. Even unseen, the threads
exist. Every act, every spark of care, every small gesture, someone feels it somewhere."
She traced a finger along a drawn lantern, imagining it rising beyond the page, joining the larger circle that pulsed quietly throughout the world. The girl's faint smile returned, acknowledgement passing without words, a connection made and understood in silence. The day moved forward in gentle rhythm. Beth noticed threads everywhere, classmates supporting one another, teachers offering quiet guidance, laughter flickering briefly, then fading into the soft pulse of shared moments. Every action, every choice contributed to the greater tapestry. Beth felt the weight of her own flame, understanding that persistence and care mattered, that each gesture wove into something larger, enduring beyond the immediate. After school, she walked home with her brother. The sky softened into muted twilight, shades of violet, silver, and gentle gold stretching across the horizon. He shared sketches, fleeting observations, and soft thoughts about the day, and she listened, offering quiet affirmation. In the spaces between words stretched a rhythm, a subtle thread connecting them, reinforcing the circle that extended beyond. Family, school, and meadow, touching lives in ways she could sense but not fully see. The meadow awaited her that evening, open, patient, and infinite. The path carried the faint scent of wet earth and fading blooms. When she arrived, the pool shimmered, threads of light weaving outward in intricate, infinite patterns. The presence welcomed her as always, steady and warm, without expectation. Beth knelt at the pool's edge, fingers hovering above the surface, letting her awareness stretch outward, embracing the threads she had witnessed and nurtured throughout her life. Images shimmered across the water. Her mother humming softly. In the kitchen, her brother laughing with friends, the girl with the notebook smiling faintly, strangers performing small acts of kindness in places she would never see. Each thread pulsed gently, delicate yet persistent, forming a luminous web that extended far beyond her perception. Beth whispered softly, almost reverently, "For those whose sparks feel dim, whose threads feel fragile, let the circle hold them. Let the lanterns guide them through darkness." The threads brushed her palms, sending warmth through her chest. She understood that the circle's strength did not lie in erasing shadows, but in sustaining light. She could not carry every burden,
or mend every frayed thread, yet she could persist, offer her flame freely, trusting that others did the same. Every act contributed to the larger tapestry, and that understanding brought her peace.
She was not alone, and neither was anyone else. Standing, Beth surveyed the meadow. Threads stretched outward, shimmering faintly against the deepening night. The edges of the storm lingered, patient and persistent, yet countless lanterns held, steady, keeping it at bay. She understood that the circle's power lay not in the absence of darkness, but in the enduring presence of light, infinite, patient, and resilient. Returning home, the house was still. Her brother had drifted into sleep, sketches scattered around him. Her mother rested by the window with a book in her lap. Beth paused in the hallway, letting the quiet fill her chest, feeling threads stretching beyond the walls, beyond the town, reaching into spaces she would never touch, yet bringing profound comfort. Before sleep, she whispered softly, "Let every spark shine, let each thread hold steady. Let the lanterns guide those still searching for light." And with that, she drifted into dreams, carrying the pulse of the meadow, the threads, and the circle into the night, where light and shadow danced together in delicate, enduring balance. Somewhere, she knew, the threads would continue, endless and patient, and somewhere she would continue, stretching into the quiet wonder of the universe, connected to all that mattered. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man. And so we arrive at the quiet end of Beth's journey through threads, lanterns, and the meadow that never truly sleeps. Over these chapters, you've wandered alongside her through mornings and twilight, through small gestures and silent connections, feeling the subtle pulse of care that binds us all. This story was meant to be a soft companion for your mind and heart, a lullaby of understanding, persistence, and gentle wonder. Every thread, every lantern, every quiet act of kindness you've witnessed mirrors the threads in your own life, the moments of care you give and receive, often unseen but endlessly significant. As you close your eyes tonight, may the threads of light we've shared guide you into calm, restorative sleep. May the quiet presence of connection, patience, and care remind you that even in darkness, light persists. And may you carry a sense of gentle awe and emotional warmth into the days
ahead. Thanks again for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man.